Chapter 1086. P.S. Update complete. 10 times. Chuli frowned. He was already feeling uncomfortable just standing there. The Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture was desperately converting the inner energy of the cloud slashing power. The Mahavairocana's immobility Scripture was also resisting the pressure of the enlightened master's power. If the power was 10 times stronger, he really did not know how powerful it would be. He might not even be able to stand steadily. Hu Feixing said, "The guard to Chongwen Hall are Old Zhao and Old Su. They have 500 years of cultivation." Chuli was shocked. It's really been 500 years. The lifespan of a grandmaster was usually around 300 years. The oldest could live up to 350 years. It seemed like that was the limit of their lifespan. No one could live past 500 years. How could this be fake? Hu Feixing scoffed and said, "They're only one step away from becoming an enlightened master. Unfortunately, this step is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Isn't it said that it's hard for heavenly gods to appear?" Chuli frowned and said, "The news I heard is that there can only be 2 enlightened masters in a country, one civil and one military. Other than that, there won't be any other enlightened masters." "That's true in the outside world." Hu Feixing nodded. "But it's different in the Imperial Mausoleum." Chuli was stunned. Hu Feixing said, "Look at these former emperors. They're all enlightened masters. Even though their souls have flown to the sky beyond heaven, their bodies are still circulating their heart techniques. They are still in the enlightened master realm." Chuli nodded thoughtfully. Hu Feixing said, "Because the Imperial Mausoleum is equipped with extremely powerful formations and treasures, it can form a world of its own, unfettered by the rules of heaven and earth. If you want to become an Empyrean god, you have to do it inside the Imperial Mausoleum. You won't be able to become an Empyrean god outside. So even if I become an enlightened master, I can't go out?" Chuli frowned. Hu Feixing said, "As long as I become a heavenly deity, I won't violate the heavenly laws." Chuli nodded thoughtfully. "In other words, once I become an enlightened master, I can leave the mausoleum and God won't care?" "Exactly," Hu Feixing said. "Elder Zhao and Elder Su have high hopes of taking the last step to become an enlightened master. Even if they can't leave the mausoleum after becoming an enlightened master, they can still ascend to heaven directly and step into the Grandmaster's boundary." Chuli sighed and nodded. No wonder they wanted to enter the inner mausoleum. It turned out that the chances of them becoming enlightened masters were extremely high, and it was not known to outsiders that they could not become enlightened masters. Hu Feixing said, "Do you think we're all fools? Why would we do something that has no hope? Let me tell you, other than the indestructible golden bodies of the previous emperors, there are also a few indestructible golden bodies of the inner mausoleum protectors." Chuli was really surprised this time. 10 in total. Hu Feixing sighed. Outsiders do not know about these 10 Empyrean God realm experts. Even when they left the Imperial tomb, they did not reveal their identities as Empyrean God realm experts. No one knew about it. In the end, they came back here and returned to heavens beyond. Chuli smiled bitterly. "There are actually 10 of them. That's why we're all working hard to become the 11th heavenly god." Hu Feixing said, "Now that you know this, do you still want to return to God's capital?" Chuli smiled bitterly. "I'm really short-sighted. That's why you should just obediently cultivate." Hu Feixing said, "Comprehend it with your heart. Maybe you can also become a heavenly god." Chuli smiled and shook his head. If it were not for the fact that he was determined to define nature and become a god, he might not have been able to resist staying in the inner mausoleum, ignoring Kingan, and continue to comprehend until he reached the enlightened mastery's boundary. With his comprehension, he did not believe that he was inferior to others. If someone could become an enlightened master, so could he. It seemed that he had underestimated this formation. No wonder he could not find the veins and flaws of the formation. He did not know which master had set up the formation, or was it purely a grandmaster's teaching? All right, comprehend it yourself. If you can move forward, do it yourself. Hu Feixing did not want to say more and sat on his cattail hassock. Get as close as you can, as long as you don't touch the previous emperor. What if you touch the previous emperor? You'll be courting death. Hu Feishing closed his eyes and said, "The ancestors have the enlightened master's heart technique circulating in their bodies. If you touch them, it's no different from being hit by an enlightened master. There's no chance of survival. I advise you not to act recklessly." Chu Li Fis saluted and said no more. Hu Feishing chuckled and said no more. He had asked the same question when he first entered the inner mausoleum. He felt that he would soon be able to reach the previous emperor's golden body and touch the indestructible golden body. Only now did he realize how ignorant he was. Lu Shuzhou's question reminded him of himself in the past. He was ambitious and confident, thinking that he was the strongest and could do what others could not. Chu Li tried his best to circulate the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture and Mahavairocana's Immobility Scripture at the same time. Under the influence of enlightened master's power, they circulated at a speed far faster than usual, allowing them to improve rapidly. However, Mahavairocana's Immobility Scripture and Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture were not easy to advance to the next level, but they were better than before. As for advancing to the next level, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven. He did not know how long it would take. He did not have that much time to waste. Time waited for no man, and King would not wait for him to get everything ready in peace. He took a step forward, and the pressure suddenly increased. Mahavairocana's Immobility Scripture and Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture circulated even faster. He paused for a moment to adjust slightly before he continued forward. He moved forward step by step. The potential of Mahavairocana's Immobility Scripture and Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture was huge. With all his might, he managed to step within 100 feet, the same distance as Hu Feishing. Although Hu Feishing's eyes were closed, he had been paying attention to Chu Li. He was shocked when he saw Chu Li advancing to 100 feet so quickly. Then, under his shocked gaze, Chu Li continued to move forward. As he took a step forward, his body trembled slightly, as if he was standing in a huge wave and was about to collapse at any time. After a while, he stabilized his body and adapted to it. Then he took another step forward. Step by step, Chu Li advanced 50 feet forward. After 50 feet, he no longer had the strength to move forward. He felt that Mahavairocana's Immobility Scripture and Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture had reached their limits. He could not go any further, so he stopped at 50 feet and meditated without moving. Time slowed down. He felt as if it was a year, as if he could not hold on any longer and would fly out. As the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture transformed, the cloud, slashing power, inner energy in his body became more vigorous. He suddenly came up with an idea. Could he use the cloud, slashing power to activate his light body technique and leap onto the indestructible golden body? At the same time, he could use the heavenly demonic spirit devouring technique to seize the enlightened master's energy and complete his mission. He could use this to kill King In. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was a neat idea. Step by step, he approached the invincible golden body. As he got closer, he felt that his speed was getting slower and slower. He was only 6 feet away, and it would take him a year to cross it. As for the final 10 feet, it might even take him 10 or 20 years. He could not afford that much time. King might have already killed C.O. Sure by then. What would be the point of killing him then? He had to kill King and before he dealt with the E-Public House. Otherwise, once King In died, the E-Public House would be implicated by the Emperor and would inevitably decline. As he thought about this, his Mahavairocana's Immobility Scripture and Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture sped up again. He was prepared to rush forward. However, he also understood that the moment he approached the indestructible golden body, the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture and Mahavairocana's Immobility Scripture and Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture might collapse immediately. He might not be able to keep his life. After a while, he decided to take the risk. He still had the life and death scripture. This was the source of his confidence in taking risks. With that thought in mind, he leaped up and shot towards the stairs like a stone. Bang! With a muffled sound, he stopped when he was 20 feet away from the indestructible golden body. Then he flew out and spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. He immediately fainted. Hu Feixing was dumbfounded as he watched Chu Li fly over and fly back. He fell heavily onto the green brick floor and fainted. He never thought that Chu Li would do such a stupid thing. Anyone with a little bit of rationality would not do such a thing. This was courting death. He really did not want to live anymore. When Chu Li woke up, he was lying in his waterside pavilion. The bright sunlight shone into the waterside pavilion and fell on the window. There was no one else in the waterside pavilion. He got up with difficulty. He had a splitting headache, and all his divine powers had disappeared. He could not open the void in his mind. His body was fine. The cloud-slashing power's inner energy was still there. It was just that his internal organs were slightly injured and his body was weak. Chapter 1087. Even if his martial arts were crippled, he still had the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture. Even if the void of his mind was severely damaged, he still had the heavenly demonic stone. Even if he lost his life, he still had the life and death Scripture. Since he had nothing to fear, he naturally wanted to take the risk. Fortunately, his martial arts were not crippled, but he could not use his divine arts. The void of his mind was sealed once again. He did not know if it was broken or if he was temporarily injured, but he was not that worried. He took out the demonic stone pillow and laid his head on it. Cold air entered his mind, as if he had drunk a bowl of sour plum juice under the scorching sun. The heavenly demonic stone pillow was placed on the back of his head. The other heavenly demonic stone, which was used to perform the demon hunting technique, was much smaller. He tied it with a knot and wore it around his neck, nourishing his spirit. With the two superimposed, the effect was multiplied. He estimated that it wouldn't take long for him to recover. He had seen the aura of the heavenly demon statue, and it was not inferior to the might of an enlightened god. Therefore, the power of an enlightened god's attack might not be comparable to the heavenly demon statue. A moment later, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Zhao Xian and Su Jinshan appeared in the waterside pavilion. Their faces were gloomy and their eyes were cold. Chu Li stood up and gave a fist salute. "Not bad, little Lu, you've got guts." Zhao Xuanbai's plump face seemed to be smiling. "You're pretty tough, too." The skinny Su Jinshan stared at him coldly with a straight face. Chu Li smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect the indestructible golden body to be so powerful." Su Jinshan said coldly, "Do you know that you've broken the rules of the inner mausoleum protectors?" Chu Li asked, "What prohibition?" "Xiao Hu didn't tell you?" Su Jinshan frowned. Chu Li shook his head. He knew that the situation was serious, and at this time, he could only grasp this point. Those who did not know were not guilty, and even if they were guilty, they would be pardoned. Su Jinshan turned to look at Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian smiled bitterly and said, "It's very likely that little Hu still has a knot in his heart about little Lu. Maybe he doesn't think that little Lu would do this. This is no different from suicide." "Yes." Su Jinshan nodded slowly and said, "If that's the case, then I'll make it clear to you. The inner mausoleum protectors guard the heavenly god's golden body to prevent anyone from breaking in and destroying it." Chu Li interrupted him and asked in surprise, "There's someone who can destroy an enlightened master's golden body? You think I can't?" Su Jinshan said coldly. Chu Li pondered for a moment and slowly nodded. "Yes." Zhao Xian laughed. "Little Lu, if it were you, what would you do?" "There are many ways." Chu Li said, "Like using hidden weapons or arrows directly. The enlightened master's aura can stop martial arts masters from approaching, but it can't stop hidden weapons from approaching. Right?" "Smart." Zhao Xian smiled and nodded. Su Jinshan said coldly, "As an inner mausoleum protector, one of the benefits is that you can study the power of an enlightened master up close. From there, you can understand the secrets of an enlightened master and enter the enlightened master's boundary. Although you can't go out and do whatever you want, you can be free and unfettered. Or you can directly ascend to the outland, transcend reincarnation, and obtain the longevity of a deva. There was another world above the heaven beyond heaven, where celestials lived. They lived for tens of thousands of years, and even if they died, they could directly return to the heaven beyond heaven. Ordinary people would enter the cycle of reincarnation after death and might not even be able to live as humans in their next life. Chuli nodded. Sujin said, but we inner mausoleum protectors have one of the most fundamental and unbreakable prohibitions, which is not to touch the enlightened master's golden body. This is disrespectful to the late emperor. So those who touch the enlightened master's golden body are directly expelled from the inner mausoleum. Chuli was stunned. Expelled from the inner mausoleum? That's right. Sujin said in a low voice, and you can never enter the inner mausoleum. I'm so wronged. Chuli smiled bitterly. I didn't touch the enlightened master's golden body at all. Sujin scoffed. Fortunately, you didn't touch it. Chuli suddenly let out a long sigh of relief, knowing that there was still room for change. He hurriedly said, Elder Su, what's the punishment? Sujin said, you're not allowed to enter the inner mausoleum for a year. Chuli suddenly looked bitter. He was secretly anxious. Not being able to enter the inner mausoleum for a year was really terrible. Zhao Xian smiled. Young Lu, you haven't recovered from your injuries. You can recuperate now. This is both a punishment and a protection for you. Chuli smiled bitterly. If I'm not allowed to enter the inner mausoleum for a year, I might as well be killed. Do you like the inner mausoleum that much? Zhao Xian smiled. For most people, the inner mausoleum is a painful place. Chuli shook his head. I have the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture, which can remove the enlightened master's power. Moreover, the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture has advanced very quickly, and my cultivation level has increased greatly. This is a critical time. How can I not enter the inner mausoleum? There's no other way. You've done something wrong. Zhao Xian shook his head. Chuli coughed softly. Actually, Elder Su and Elder Zhao are mistaken. What mistake? Zhao Xian smiled. Sujin looked at him. Chuli said, I didn't want to touch the enlightened master's golden body. I just wanted to test the enlightened master's power. I had no intention of touching the enlightened master's golden body. Zhao Xian was stunned and looked at Sujin. Sujin frowned. Chuli hurriedly said, Of course I know I can't touch the golden body. I'm just trying to see how far I can go. I didn't expect the golden body's power to be so powerful. I can't go any further than 30 feet. I heard that Elder Su can go 10 feet away from the enlightened master's golden body. He's the first person in the inner mausoleum. Not bad, young man. You know this. Zhao Xian smiled. Chuli said, Of course I can't compare to Elder Su's 500 years of cultivation, so I wanted to see how close I could get. Really? Zhao Xian asked deliberately. He turned to look at Sujin. Young Lu is really naughty. He's a young man indeed, quick-witted and lively. Sujin scoffed. Both he and Zhao Xian knew that Chuli was talking nonsense. However, such a statement could be justified without any flaws. The most important thing was that he really did not touch the enlightened master's golden body, so he did not violate the prohibition. Zhao Xian smiled. Look at how badly injured young Lu is. He probably won't recover in a month or two. It's the price of being naughty. Why don't we just forget about it? His injuries are already punishment. Chuli hurriedly fist saluted and said seriously, Elder Su, I'll restrain myself in the future. Don't. Zhao Xian grinned. The inner mausoleum is getting boring. It's rare to see someone as lively as you. He looked at Sujin. Isn't that right, Elder Su? Sujin frowned at Chuli. Chuli smiled at Sujin. The punishment was indeed up to Sujin. If he did not touch the enlightened master's golden body, he would have to be punished according to his motive. He could say anything he wanted. This matter needs to be discussed with everyone, Sujin said in a low voice. Elder Su, what's there to discuss? You can decide on such a small matter. Zhao Xian grinned. It's not a big deal. No one will have any objections. All right. Sujin shook his head. Only this once. If there's a next time, there's really no way to make an exception. Thank you, Elder Su. Chuli was overjoyed. Sujin said, The next time you encounter the golden body, don't say you don't know. It's useless even if you don't know. Yes. Chuli solemnly fist saluted. Chapter 1088. After the two left, Chu Li lay quietly on the heavenly demonic stone pillow to recover from his injuries. He sighed to himself. An enlightened master was so terrifying. It seemed that he had underestimated an enlightened master. Before he could even get close, his mind's void was already destroyed. He had taken it for granted. He thought that after killing King In, he could withstand the Emperor's attack and use his divine power to escape to the Fu dynasty's Jian kingdom. He could then escape unscathed. Now, he realized that he had been too optimistic. An enlightened master's attack was not only about inner energy, but also spiritual energy. Even if he was not seriously injured, his mind's void would probably be destroyed. He would not be able to use his divine power at all. How could he escape? It seemed that divine power was not enough against an enlightened master. He had to prepare for two things. First, he had to strengthen his soul energy. Second, he had to cultivate his heavenly demonic power to the level of heavenly demonic sect leader Fu Qingya. Even without his divine power, he could rely on his heavenly demonic power to escape from an enlightened master's attack. On the evening of the second day, the setting sun illuminated the waterside pavilion. The lake was like a brocade, sparkling like a red brocade. It was beautiful and moving. Chu Li stepped out of the waterside pavilion and came to the veranda above the lake. He leaned against the railing and looked at the fish in the lake thoughtfully. His mind's void had recovered and was even stronger than before. There could be no construction without destruction. His mind's void kept getting stronger as it crumbled again and again. Did he have to cultivate his mind's void like this? Or was it because he cultivated 4 scriptures in 1 mirror, and even the life and death scripture? However, he knew that if he wanted to withstand the Emperor's attack, his mind's void had to keep growing until he could get close to an enlightened master in Chongwen Hall without collapsing. He subconsciously activated the omniscient mirror and was instantly stunned. He smiled. The omniscient mirror could leave his body. Although it could only observe a 1-meter radius from his body, it was significant. If the omniscient mirror could leave his body, it meant that he could use his divine power to counteract the suppression of formations and treasures. Unfortunately, if he wanted to use God's limbs, he had to observe at least 5 miles. Mahavairocana's immobility scripture had improved again. It could resist formations and treasures that suppress divine power. This meant that he was on the right path. If he could freely use divine power in the inner mausoleum, it would be much easier to obtain enlightened master's energy. When he thought of King In, he got up and slowly walked out of the imperial garden, leaving the outer mausoleum. As soon as Chu Li stepped out of the outer mausoleum's main gate, his body instantly felt relaxed. His omniscient mirror immediately scanned the area within a radius of 10 miles, including the entire adjacent town. He saw his own residence, Shao Qi, and a graceful woman in white in the residence. Although her face was covered with a white veil, he recognized Lu Yurong at first glance. He smiled and returned to Lu Shuzhou's residence before vanishing in a flash and reappearing in his own residence. Under the sunset glow, Shao Qi and Lu Yurong were having a duel. Their white shadows fluttered and their swords flashed, but their figures could not be seen clearly. One of them used a sword while the other used a palm. Their movements were as graceful as a dance. Chu Li was surprised. He did not expect Shao Qi's martial arts to improve so much. Lu Yurong's Empyrean Fairy Heart scripture was miraculous, and her comprehension was amazing. Her cultivation level was very high, and her martial arts was one of the best among the younger generation. In the past, she had always suppressed Shao Qi, but now she could not suppress Shao Qi. It was not that her cultivation level did not improve, but Shao Qi's improvement was faster. Chu Li clapped his hands and applauded. Lu Yurong flew away gracefully and removed the white veil that covered her face, revealing her charming face. Her eyes were as clear as autumn water, and they were soul-stirring. Shao Qi sheathed her sword. Chu Li clapped his hands and praised. "Miss Yurong, your palm technique is getting better." Lu Yurong frowned as she studied Chu Li. She realized that Chu Li had changed so much that she could not see through him. He was like a mountain or a sea, and it was as if he could swallow her at any time. She even had the urge to worship him. He was obviously much stronger than her. Not only was his cultivation level not affected when he was trapped in adjacent town, but he had also become much stronger. She was no longer on the same level as him. It seemed like she had to return to isolated cultivation. Xiaoqi turned around and brought out 3 cups of tea. She placed them on the stone table in the gazebo. Lu Yurong sat by the stone table and took a sip of tea. She looked at Chu Li. "Did you have another fortuitous encounter?" Chu Li smiled. "I did have some enlightenment. You can improve your martial arts skills here." Lu Yurong scoffed. Chu Li smiled. "There's nothing to worry about here. It's a peaceful place to practice martial arts. And a beauty to accompany you." Lu Yurong scoffed. "All right. I failed the task you asked me to do." "Why? You couldn't hurt him?" Chu Li frowned. Lu Yurong scoffed. "Not only did I not hurt him, I was almost caught by him. This guy is very powerful now. You might not be able to defeat him in the past." Chu Li frowned. "What martial arts does he practice?" "I don't know." Lu Yurong shook her head. "His inner energy is deep and firm. It doesn't look like it came from a fortuitous encounter. It's more like 100 years of hard work from a master. It's powerful and terrifying." Chu Li was deep in thought. Lu Yurong said, "His appearance has changed greatly. It's like he's a different person. He's angry and he's about to explode at any time. He looks like he's in a state of madness. I'm not sure if it's caused by his martial arts or his unstable state of mind." Chu Li sighed. "He's too lucky." Lu Yurong smiled. Her smile was as beautiful as a flower. "This guy is difficult to deal with. You've been crippled a few times, but he's getting stronger. You must be depressed, right?" Chu Li glared at her. Xiaoqi asked, "Did he add someone to his side?" "That monk from the Titanium Temple is gone," Lu Yurong said. Chu Li sighed. "How troublesome." "What's so troublesome? You could just go and kill him." Lu Yurong smiled. Xiaoqi glared at her. Lu Yurong said, "This guy is trouble. Why don't you cripple his martial arts again? Once, twice, no 3 or 4 times." Chu Li shook his head. "If I cripple his martial arts again, the Emperor will make a move." "If that's the case," Lu Yurong pondered, "is there really no way to deal with him?" "Let's wait and see," Chu Li said. Previously, in order to stop King and from going crazy and not let him focus on the public house, he asked Lu Yurong to help him assassinate King En. It would be best if King En was heavily injured and bedridden. Even if he did not die, he would need to recuperate for a while. When he obtained the enlightened master's energy, he would then deal with King En. He did not expect Lu Yurong to fail and failed to deal with King, and Lu Yurong's martial arts was already top-notch. When the protectors from Tianshu Courtyard left, the protectors from King An's imperial residence could not stop Lu Yurong. It was easy to assassinate King An, but he did not expect King An to be able to deal with Lu Yurong. Things did not always go according to his plan. Initially, he wanted to slowly obtain the enlightened master's energy, but reality forced him to rush. He had to obtain the enlightened master's energy as soon as possible so that his soul energy was strong enough. "Let her accompany you around adjacent town. I'm going out for a while." Chu Li fist saluted. Lu Yurong rolled her eyes. Chu Li smiled apologetically and stood up to leave. He could not wait to return to the inner mausoleum and seize every second to strengthen himself. Lu Yurong watched him leave and turned to look at Xiaoqi. "What is he doing?" "Cultivating," Xiaoqi said. Lu Yurong said, "He's not cultivating here." Lu Yurong shook her head. Lu Yurong frowned at Xiaoqi. "What is he going to do?" "Who knows?" Xiaoqi said. Lu Yurong scoffed. "You're lying. Is he going to deal with King and himself?" Xiaoqi shook her head. This was not a trivial matter. She cannot tell a third person. Chapter 1089. Chu Li returned to the inner mausoleum and went to a basilica in Jing Tian Pavilion. After greeting Hu Feishing, he stood still. The monstrous aura kept pressing down on him, but he kept moving forward as if he was going against the current. Every step almost made him faint. The heavenly demonic stone hung on his chest. A steady stream of cool air nourished his mind and kept him awake. The giant Buddha and the heavenly demon chanted desperately under the heavy pressure. Their speed was 10 times faster than usual. Lotuses of various colors merged into the giant Buddha and the heavenly demon, making them more solid and their soul energy stronger. Chu Li felt that this extreme state was the most suitable for cultivation. However, without the omniscient mirror, he would not be able to maintain this state without such a clear mind. Wisps of cool air were used by the omniscient mirror to maintain the extreme state. He slowly took another step forward. The giant Buddha and the heavenly demon's speed increased to 20 times their usual speed. Countless lotus flowers danced in the air, filling the entire space of his mind with lotus flowers. They landed on the giant Buddha and the heavenly demon, and the soul power grew stronger and stronger. Hu Feishing's eyes widened in disbelief as Chu Li approached the indestructible golden body. 60 feet, 50 feet, 40 feet, 30 feet, 20 feet. When he was 20 feet away, he did not pass out. His body trembled, but he did not fall. Then 10 feet. Finally, he stood at the bottom of the steps. Chu Li reached the bottom of the steps. It seemed like he had reached his limit. Hu Feishing let out a long sigh. He did not know how to take another step forward. It was too fast. Lu Shuzhou seemed to have become a completely different person. Did his injuries increase his strength? After 10 minutes, Chu Li took a step up the steps. Wait, Hu Feishing shouted. Chu Li turned to look at him. His eyes were bloodshot. He was being oppressed by an invisible force. He was trying his best not to fall. The Earth Matrix and reincarnation scripture was converting desperately. The inner energy of the cloud slashing power was so pure that it pressured his meridians. Hu Feishing said, "We inner mausoleum protectors can't touch the golden body." Chu Li replied, "Of course." "Then why are you going up the steps?" Hu Feishing asked. Chu Li's voice was hoarse. "To see how close I can get." "Then be careful." Hu Feishing scoffed. "Don't blame me for being merciless if you touch it." Chu Li took a deep look at him and slowly took another step. With every step he took, the pressure around him increased by a fraction. The Earth Matrix and reincarnation scripture protected his body while the giant Buddha and heavenly devil chanted the scripture in his mind with all their might, causing his soul to grow stronger by leaps and bounds. He could feel that the strength of his soul did not only come from the 4 meridians and 1 mirror, but also from the power of the heavenly demonic stone. The cool air of the heavenly demonic stone could only replenish the loss of his soul, but it could not strengthen it. However, under such extreme conditions, it could strengthen his soul. If it wasn't for the heavenly demonic stone, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long no matter how powerful he was. His soul wouldn't have strengthened so quickly either. From the looks of it, the heavenly demonic stone was indeed a mystical item. He had to obtain the heavenly demonic sect's heavenly demon statue. The last time he was defeated by the heavenly demon statue, his soul had improved tremendously after he woke up. This time, after being defeated by the enlightened god's aura, his soul had also improved slightly after he woke up. However, it was still far from the damage he received from the heavenly demon statue. It was most likely due to the heavenly demonic stone. The first step, the second step, the third step, the fourth step. Chu Li stopped at the 9th step. If he went any further, he would have to face the enlightened master's golden body. He stood motionless on the 9th step. The energy of the heavenly demonic stone desperately entered his mind and strengthened his soul. Suddenly, the omniscient mirror leaped out and could leave his body to observe the outside world. The pressure here was far greater than the outer mausoleum. The formation and divine power suppression treasures were even more powerful. The fact that the omniscient mirror could leave his body showed how strong his soul was. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. A set of heart technique automatically appeared in his mind. It was passed down by the heavenly demon. The extremely pure inner energy of the cloud slashing power suddenly changed its route and circulated along the heavenly demon heart technique that he had just obtained. Previously, he only inherited the heavenly demonic orb and the heavenly demon scripture, so he could only use the devouring technique to cultivate. This set of heart technique was extremely mysterious. The inner energy that circulated along this heart technique could be absorbed into the heavenly demonic orb to strengthen the cultivation of the heavenly demonic power. With this set of heavenly demonic heart technique, the heavenly demonic orb changed from a picky eater to an omnivorous one. Originally, it only devoured pure energy and did not care about anything less. Now, it could enter the heavenly demonic orb through the cultivation of inner energy. He was overjoyed. With the life and death scripture, he had no lack of inner energy. He could directly convert the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the inner energy of the heavenly demonic heart technique. Then, he could continuously replenish the heavenly demonic orb. This way, the progress of the heavenly demonic power would be extremely fast. The inner energy that the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture converted into the enlightened masters could also be directly converted into the inner energy of the heavenly demonic heart technique. This way, the advancement of the heavenly demonic power would be extremely fast. He was excited. After suffering for so long, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. "You want to enter Chongwen Hall?" Su Jinshan frowned at Chu Li. Everyone was sitting in the basilica of the meeting room. When they heard Chu Li's words, they all looked at him. Chu Li slowly said, "Yes, I want to see Chongwen Hall." It was the morning of the second day. They were assigning tasks when Chu Li interrupted and asked to be on duty in Chongwen Hall. This surprised everyone. "Do you know that you're courting death?" Su Jinshan scoffed. Chu Li said, "I can already walk to the side of the late second emperor." Su Jinshan looked at Hu Feishing. Hu Feishing nodded reluctantly. He reached the 9th step. Everyone's gaze changed from ridicule to curiosity. They had all climbed up from Jing Tian Pavilion step by step and knew how difficult the process was. They did not expect Chu Li to finish the journey that they had taken years to complete in just a few days. Su Jinshan said, "Then you'll be on duty in the 3rd Emperor's Hall." Chu Li said, "I want to see Chongwen Hall first." "All right, looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson." Su Jinshan finally agreed and said, "But you must be prepared to get hurt. I'm afraid you won't be able to recover in a year and a half." "It's all right," Chu Li said. Everyone's gaze turned to ridicule again. It was as if they could already see Chu Li vomiting blood and flying out of Chongwen Hall. "The rest will be done according to the rules. Young Liu, come with me." Su Jinshan left the armchair. "Yes." Chu Li Fizz saluted and followed Su Jinshan out of the meeting room to the front of Chongwen Hall. As soon as Su Jinshan opened the door, Chu Li felt a raging wave rushing at him like a flood that was about to blow him away. His face was flushed red. The giant Buddha and the heavenly demon chanted mantras madly. The Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture circulated with all their might and turned into inner energy that flowed along the heavenly demon's heart technique before entering the heavenly demonic orb. Su Jinshan looked at Chu Li, who was standing still at the door with a faint smile. He wanted to see if Chu Li could step into the hall. This was only the first stage. Judging from Chu Li's posture, he did not have much hope. The power at the door was worlds apart from the inside of the hall. Chu Li was already struggling at the door and could not enter at all. Chu Li slowly took a step forward. It was as if he was carrying a mountain. Su Jinshan entered without closing the door. Chapter 1090. Chu Li felt like a blade of grass in a mountain torrent, swaying from the impact of the flood. He was unsteady, but he did not break. His vision darkened, but his willpower grew stronger. The omniscient mirror seemed to be polished until it shone brighter and more flawless, and his mind became clearer. The cool air from the heavenly demonic stone in his chest grew thicker. His mind was like the heavenly demonic orb, which had the ability to devour. It kept devouring the cool air, and the void of his mind grew stronger. He was approaching the enlightened master's golden body step by step in the inner mausoleum. His inner energy cultivation level did not increase much, but his soul was much stronger, advancing by leaps and bounds. The giant Buddha and the heavenly demon became clearer. Their facial features became more exquisite and real. The lines of their skin could be seen clearly, as if they were really alive. His body became stronger, and his heavenly demonic body and divine light body improved. With every step he took, his strength increased by leaps and bounds, undergoing earth-shattering changes. He lifted his foot and stepped over the threshold. The surging power reached its peak, and he was almost flattened. His vision turned black, and his foot was stuck in the air for a long time. He didn't want to retreat, but he didn't want to. After a long time, he finally stepped over the threshold. He lifted his other foot and stepped over. The pressure around him suddenly decreased, and he stood firmly. There were already 4 elders sitting in Chongwen Hall, looking at him in surprise. They did not expect him to really step in. The most difficult obstacle was the threshold. It was difficult for those with a weak cultivation level to step over. Once they did, they could stand firm. Even if they could not get close to the enlightened master's golden body, they could still hold on in the hall. This was the beauty of the formation. Su Jinshan nodded in satisfaction. He did not expect Chu Li to advance so much. He really had unlimited potential. Such a person could only be called a genius among geniuses. Chu Li looked at the indestructible golden body in Chongwen Hall. There was a dragon table on the 9 steps in the middle of the hall. A middle-aged man sat on the dragon chair behind the table. He was handsome, and his beard fluttered in the wind. His eyes were slightly closed, as if he was thinking. His skin was as smooth as white jade, glowing. His body emitted a torrential aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Chu Li did not stop moving forward. Step by step, he would take a small step forward every short while. Although his strides were small, he did not stop. 150 feet, 14 feet, 13 feet, all the way until he reached 50 feet. He was sweating profusely, and white steam was rising from his body. It seemed like he was competing with someone with inner energy. His eyes were slightly closed, and his expression could not be seen clearly. He was on the verge of collapsing at any moment, but he persisted. He was unusually tenacious, and the 4 elders sighed inwardly. This little Liu not only had shocking potential, but he also had an iron will. Youngsters nowadays were really amazing. For the next 7 days, Chu Li went to Chongwen Hall every day. Step by step, he inched closer to the indestructible golden body. Finally, he was 10 feet away from it, the same distance as Su Jinshan. No matter how hard he tried, he could not get any closer. The last 3 meters was like a heavenly moat, and its might was so dense that it seemed material, causing his body to be unable to move. There was only 1 heavenly demonic stone left in his chest. These days, he cut the heavenly demonic stone pillow into pieces and wore them around his neck. He consumed 1 heavenly demonic stone a day, and the heavenly demonic stone turned from black as ink to white as jade. The feeling of merging with the giant Buddha and heavenly demonic water body in the void of his mind became clearer. It was as if he was the heavenly demon and the Buddha, and he was chanting the 4 scriptures in the void. The void of his mind became bigger and wider, and it was boundless. The speed at which the Buddha and the heavenly demon chanted the scriptures slowed down, and it was no different from the speed at which they spoke. However, the lotus flowers that were spat out from each word were extremely clear, and they emitted a brilliant brilliance. After merging with his body, he could clearly feel that he had become stronger. Unknowingly, his heavenly demonic power had reached Fu Qingya's level. The heavenly demonic orb turned into a heavenly demonic field that covered 100 feet around him. He could move freely within this 100 feet, and with a single thought, his body would be there. He had truly achieved the heavenly demon's freedom. Although he ignored the divine light body, the level of the divine light body had also increased. Although the transformation of the earth matrix and reincarnation scripture was faster, there was no qualitative change, and it required a deeper understanding. He focused all his attention on the heavenly demonic power, so he did not have the mood to study the earth matrix and reincarnation scripture. Among the 4 scriptures, the Mahavairocana's immobility scripture improved the fastest. The halo behind the giant Buddha's head became so bright that it could not be looked at directly. It was enough to offset the formation and the treasures that suppressed divine power. With the strengthening of his soul, He speculated that the range of the omniscient mirror and the life and death scripture had increased by a shocking amount, and it might have reached 100 miles. As the last bit of cold air entered his mind, the heavenly demonic stone was completely used up. The distance of 10 feet was like a natural moat in front of him, and he could not break through it. He tried to lift one of his feet, but he could not put it down for a long time. The surging force kept pushing him back. He tried to put down his foot, and suddenly his whole body creaked. He was bleeding from all his orifices, and his face was horrifying. Sujin Shan, who was opposite him, shook his head with a regretful expression. Sujin Shan stayed at the last 10 feet for 5 years, and he did not step forward. However, he was not in a hurry. 500 years had passed, and he felt that he was not far from it. There was only the last window paper, and once he broke through it, he could become an enlightened master. As he approached the enlightened master's golden body step by step, the most important thing was to understand the wonders of the enlightened master, not power. The most important thing was to slow down, not fast. Lu Shujo's cultivation level was not as profound as his, but his soul was strong. This was a unique advantage. If the two of them were to fight, he could easily defeat Lu Shujo, but in terms of resisting the enlightened master's power, Lu Shujo was stronger. However, no matter how strong Lu Shujo was, it was a waste of God's gift to rush for quick success. Every step would give him a unique understanding, and he had to completely digest this understanding before he could move on to the next step unhurriedly and have a new understanding. For hundreds of years, he had approached the enlightened master's golden body step by step, and he was almost at the threshold of the enlightened master. As for Lu Shujo, although he had reached the enlightened master's golden body, he could not comprehend it in time. If he were to repeat the process, it would be difficult to trigger his spiritual opportunity, which meant that his path to the enlightened master was broken. It was truly a pity. Perhaps the souls of the people in the hall were not as strong as his and could not advance as quickly, but if they wanted to, they would have reached the enlightened master's golden body a long time ago. If they could, they would not. Not only did they not seek to be fast, but they sought to be slow, afraid that each step would be too short and the understanding would be too little. He had indeed gone astray, but unfortunately, he did not listen to his reminders. Everyone had their own fate, and it could not be forced. It could only be said that he was not fated to become an enlightened master in this lifetime. Buzz! Chuli suddenly formed a seal with both hands and uttered a word. There seemed to be an invisible force spreading in front of him. Chuli took the opportunity to take a big step forward and stood firmly. Moo! Chuli formed another seal and took another step forward. The enlightened master's golden body was within reach. He slowly reached out. No! Sujin Shan shouted, his voice like thunder. Chapter 1091. Bam! With a muffled sound, Chuli flew backward and crashed into the bronze window. An elder waved his hand. Chuli did not crash in the window, but flew in front of him. Don't touch him! Sujin Shan yelled. The elder put his hand down. Chuli fell to the ground and lay straight. Sujin Shan checked Chu Li's pulse, then pressed on his chest and forehead. He looked up at the three elders and shook his head. He's dead. Dead? The three frowned. Sujin Shan let go and gestured for them to try. After they checked him one by one, they shook their heads and sighed. This young man was a genius. It's such a shame that he died like this. A tall and sturdy old man with white eyebrows and beard sighed and said, although he is a little eager for quick success, the strength of his divine soul is really rare. This is the first time I've heard of someone being able to encounter an Empyrean god's golden body in such a short time. He was hit by an enlightened master. A tall and thin elder scoffed. How can the enlightened master's energy be so easily touched? Who in this world can withstand an enlightened master's attack? He was courting death. A round-faced elder shook his head. Didn't he know that an enlightened master's golden body contains the enlightened master's energy? He's a smart man. This is suicide, but it's a unique way of committing suicide. The three of them nodded. As long as one was not a fool, they would know that the inner energy in an enlightened master's golden body flowed. Anyone who touched it would suffer an enlightened master's energy. Touching it would mean certain death. Yet, he insisted on touching it. It looked like he was courting death. What a pity. Sujin Shan sighed. He was a genius. Countless geniuses have died in this world. The tall and thin elder scoffed. He wanted to die. Who can stop him? But this way of death is indeed unique. What should we do with him? Send him out of the inner mausoleum and bury him outside adjacent town. Sujin Shan shook his head. Anyone who touches an enlightened master's golden body can never enter the inner mausoleum. This is a forbidden rule. Even if he dies, he won't be exempted from punishment. He can't be buried in the inner mausoleum. Ah, that's good too. I think he always wanted to go back. The round-faced elder sighed. It's no wonder. He's still young. How can he be willing to stay in the inner mausoleum forever? He's different from us old men. The four of them were somewhat moved. Sujin Shan brought Chu Li's stiff corpse out of Chongwen Hall. Zhao Xian came over and looked at Chu Li's corpse with a look of pity. He thought highly of Chu Li and felt that this young Lu had a high chance of becoming an enlightened master. Unfortunately, he had died so soon, and they hadn't gotten to know each other better. Old Zhao, the dead, can't be brought back to life. Even though he suffered a blow from an enlightened master and no medicine can save him, we still have to be careful. Let him go to Jingtian Pavilion first. After 7 days, send him out of the Imperial Mausoleum and bury him outside adjacent town. Yes. Zhao Xian nodded. He carried Chu Li into a hall in Jingtian Pavilion. This hall was abnormally cold, and the corpses wouldn't rot if they were placed here. 7 days later, Zhao Xian arrived and saw that Chu Li's corpse was as stiff as a rock. There were no abnormalities, so he left the Imperial Mausoleum and went straight to a cemetery outside adjacent town. He found a coffin and buried Chu Li in it. Then, he planted 3 pine trees at the head of the pit and erected a grave for Lu Shuzhou. Once he was done, Zhao Xian drank a few mouthfuls of wine in front of the grave and poured over the grave. He shook his head and sighed before he fluttered away. Early in the morning, Shao Qi left the wing room with a tired look and went to the courtyard. The courtyard was very quiet. Other than the crisp chirping of birds, there was no other sound. She was not used to not having Chu Li by her side. Even if Chu Li was meditating on the bed in the house, she would feel at peace. She knew that Chu Li had entered the inner mausoleum as Lu Shuzhou to explore the secret of the mausoleum and know his enemy, so that he could face the emperor. However, 7 days had passed, and he had not returned. This was an extremely rare situation. Shao Qi's intuition was sharp, and she had been restless for the past 7 days. She had a sudden and ominous feeling that something had happened to Chu Li. However, the inner mausoleum was a place that she could not reach, and news from the mausoleum could not spread out. She did not sleep well last night. Whenever she closed her eyes, the scene of Chu Li's death kept appearing in her mind. Therefore, she could only get up and meditate to get rid of the distracting thoughts. However, the thought that something had happened to Chu Li kept popping up and disturbing her from time to time, making her unable to control herself. She felt that something was wrong and could not help but ask someone to find out about Lu Shuzhou. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Come in. Shao Qi put on a white veil, covering her beautiful face. The main door of the residence was pushed open. Soon, a handsome servant entered and said in a low voice, "Madam, I've heard news about Lu Shuzhou." "Where is he?" Shao Qi asked, her gaze fixed on the servant. He was a servant from a restaurant in adjacent town. He was her informant and was considered loyal. The servant replied, "He's dead." An inner mausoleum protector with the surname Zhao bought a coffin for him and buried him in the cemetery outside the town. "He's dead." Shao Qi's eyes flashed as she replied. The servant nodded. "Old man Li from the coffin shop told me. He saw it with his own eyes. He said that he's been dead for 7 days. He hasn't rotted yet, but it'll be soon." Shao Qi nodded calmly. "All right, I understand. You may go." She took out a silver ingot from her sleeve and tossed it to the servant. The servant hurriedly thanked her and quietly left the residence, closing the main door. Xiaoqi waited for him to leave before she slowly stood up with the help of the stone table. Her body went limp, and her graceful body trembled slightly. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down, but she could not do it. There were only two words in her mind. Dead, dead, dead. She could not believe the news. Deep in her mind, she was very confident in Chu Li. Even if everyone else died, he would not. His martial arts skills were top-notch, and he was smarter than others. No matter when or how difficult the situation was, he would always have a way to escape. He would not die even if he faced an enlightened master. However, after 7 days of suffering, she had an ominous feeling. When she heard this news, she could not resist it and could only believe it. She did not want to believe it and was unwilling to believe it. There were too many things that Chu Li had yet to do. His painstaking efforts had not killed King Yin. He had not become an enlightened master. He had not dominated the world. He had not married her completely. He did not have children, and he had not enjoyed the bliss of a family. He had been busy all day long for the High Duke's public house, for her and her second eldest sister, but he had nothing. He had not stopped to enjoy anything. She could not believe that Chu Li would leave her one day, that she would not be able to see him again one day. She clutched her chest as if a sword was mercilessly twisting it. Puffed. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The white veil was dyed red. The white veil was removed and thrown aside. She opened her mouth but could not make a sound. It was as if the pain was tearing her into pieces, but she could not make a sound. The world had lost its color, and her ears had lost their sense of hearing. Suddenly, Chu Li's figure flashed in her eyes. Chu Li seemed to be sitting at the stone table. He slowly picked up the teacup and took a sip, smiling at her. Puffed. She spat out another mouthful of blood and swayed. Chapter 1092. P.S. Update complete. As soon as she thought of this, she became spirited and kept telling herself that the person who died was not Chu Li, but the real Lu Shuzhou. Although Chu Li had sent Lu Shuzhou to the Fu dynasty, he might have already returned. She forced herself not to consider the flaws in this thought and glided away from adjacent town. Soon, she found Lu Shuzhou's grave. Looking at the newly carved stone, she took a deep breath and began to dig without caring if there was anyone around. She moved quickly and soon found the coffin. When she opened it, she saw a corpse lying inside. It was Chu Li, who was disguised as Lu Shuzhou. Xiaoqi's white gown was stained with mud, but she did not care as she was a neat freak. She jumped into the coffin and stared at Chu Li's face. After a while, she slowly extended her muddy hand and lifted Chu Li's left ear to see the two moles. Tears gushed out like spring water and dripped onto Chu Li's face. She was finally sure that this was Chu Li and not Lu Shuzhou. At that moment, she finally gave up. Chu Li had once joked that if he were to die, he would not necessarily change his face. However, the two moles behind his left ear could not be changed. She could use these two moles to confirm his true identity. She could no longer support her own body. She leaned on Chu Li's body and wept silently. Her tears dripped onto Chu Li's face. She reached out to wipe them away. As she caressed his cold face, her tears flowed even faster. Amidst her teary eyes, she suddenly kissed Chu Li's purple lips, which were cold and hard. She was upset and in pain. She had always been reserved and could not fulfill his wish when he was alive. Although they were husband and wife in name, they were not husband and wife. A gust of wind suddenly appeared and fluttered her white gown. She ignored it and continued to kiss Chu Li's lips. However, the wind grew stronger. The pine tree in front of the grave swayed and was blown down, causing sand and pebbles to fly. Xiaoqi's white gown fluttered and her hair flew. Puzzled, she withdrew her lips and turned to look. She noticed something strange. All the wind seemed to be blowing toward her. A whirlwind formed above the grave, causing leaves and flowers to spin rapidly in the air. She lowered her head to look at Chu Li. Chu Li's hair fluttered in the wind, and his expression changed. She could feel a trace of warmth coming from Chu Li's hand. His skin seemed to have turned from hard and bruised green to a soft, rosy hue. His complexion also quickly faded away and became rosy again. She quickly placed her hand on Chu Li's wrist and felt a pulse. She was overjoyed. Chu Li had only faked his death, but he was coming back to life. The whirlwind suddenly disappeared. The flowers and leaves fell and covered Chu Li and Xiaoqi's bodies. She stared at Chu Li and watched as he slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a puff of white air. His eyes turned from blank to clear, and then he smiled. Tears streamed down her cheeks like a broken dam. She gripped Chu Li's wrist tightly. Chu Li reached out his hand and wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. He smiled and said, "You thought I was dead?" Xiaoqi punched Chu Li's chest hard. Chu Li held her hand and disappeared into the coffin. The two of them appeared outside the grave. Chu Li pushed his palm forward, and the coffin was immediately closed. The soil covered the coffin, and the grave mound returned to normal. Then, the two of them disappeared in a flash and reappeared in their own residence. They first went to wash up and changed into new clothes. Chu Li returned to his original appearance and changed into a green robe. Xiaoqi also changed into a snow-white gown. She had once again regained her untainted coldness and otherworldly appearance. Chu Li called out to her. Chu Li sat cross-legged on the bed. Xiaoqi frowned when she saw his dispirited expression. "Haven't you recovered from your injuries?" "It's fine." Chu Li shook his head and smiled. "I took an enlightened master's energy and haven't recovered yet." "An enlightened master is indeed an enlightened master." Xiaoqi frowned. "Don't go anymore." Chu Li nodded. "Yes, you don't have to go anymore. Lu Shuzhou is dead." "What happened?" Xiaoqi asked. Chu Li told her what happened, and Xiaoqi furrowed her brows. "I'm lucky. I won't die so easily." Chu Li smiled. "Don't worry." "Who's worried?" Xiaoqi scoffed. She looked deeply at Chu Li. Her heart was filled with joy from regaining what she had lost. Her eyes were bright and sparkling. Chu Li reached out and pulled her into his arms. She took the opportunity to fall into his arms. Chu Li hugged her soft and fragrant body tightly and was intoxicated. He sighed. "Before I die, you're the one who flashed in front of me. I can't let you go." Xiaoqi hugged him tightly without saying a word. Chu Li cupped her face and covered her red lips. Xiaoqi closed her eyes, and her slender eyebrows trembled. Chu Li slowly placed her on the bed and pressed his body against hers. The sun was shining brightly outside, and the spring scenery inside was boundless. The bright sunlight illuminated the house. Xiaoqi was lying on Chu Li's big bed. A brocade quilt covered her graceful body. Her loose hair was as smooth as black satin, and her face was as fair as jade. It was as if a layer of rouge had been applied on her white jade, making her look delicate and alluring. Chu Li's large hand caressed her smooth back. He felt her jade-like body and sighed in satisfaction. Xiaoqi was lying on his chest and was embarrassed. She whispered, "Are you going to kill King?" "Yes. There'll be no peace until King is eliminated," Chu Li replied. "Deal with it as it comes. There's no need to kill him. He's a rabid dog now." Chu Li sighed. "He's desperate to bite me and has completely lost his mind. If I don't kill him, Lu Xing won't be the only one who will die. The second lady and the public house will be in danger too. Second eldest sister won't allow you to kill him either." "I'm fine." Chu Li hugged her tightly and let her stick to him. He felt the softness and warmth of her body. "I'm confident that I can take a blow from the emperor and escape safely." Xiaoqi looked up at him. Chu Li nodded confidently. "I've taken a blow from an enlightened master before, and I know how to take it. With my god's limbs, he won't dare to chase after us if we escape to the Fu dynasty's peace bridge." Xiaoqi frowned and remained silent. She knew that Chu Li's god's limbs were mysterious, but she could not help but worry and did not want Chu Li to leave. After this, she felt that she had become much weaker and could not bear the pain of losing him. Just thinking about it made her heart palpitate. Chu Li patted her back and smiled. "Once King dies, the second lady will be able to live a carefree life. She won't have to worry about anything anymore, and the public house will no longer have to worry about anything. But you?" Xiaoqi frowned. Everyone else was living a good life, but he had to risk his life. It was really unfair. Chu Li said, after killing Queen and I might stay in the Peace Bridge for a while. You don't have to worry, I'll send a letter back. Things often did not go according to plan. He was planning for the worst in advance. Sigh. Xiao Qi sighed softly. Chu Li kissed her fair forehead and smiled. Don't worry, I'm going to become an enlightened master in the future. I won't die so easily. Besides, I have a secret skill. Even if I die, I can come back to life. So, you don't have to worry when you hear about my death. Xiao Qi rolled her eyes at him. She felt a lingering fear when she thought about her resurrection. What if she did not come back to life this time? How would she live the rest of her life? Chapter 1093. Chu Li caressed her jade-like back and observed his own body thoughtfully. He realized that after merging with Xiao Qi, there was a strange feeling as if he could sense Xiao Qi's existence. Even if he closed his eyes, he could still feel Xiao Qi beside him. It was as if he had merged with her and could feel her emotions. He did not know how this feeling was formed, but he was very happy. With this wonderful feeling, he could come to her side with just a thought. He did not need to use the all-seeing divine power anymore. Her flawless body made him intoxicated. He wished he could hold her in his arms forever and never separate from her. The land of gentleness was the grave of a hero. Even a hero had a weakness for a beauty. The ancients did not lie. Flap, flap, flap. Suddenly, the sound of wings flapping came from outside the window. Chu Li's omniscient mirror saw a snow-white bird standing outside the window. He waved his hand, and the window opened. The snow-white bird hopped in and landed on the bed. It looked at Xiao Qi with its black eyes. Xiao Qi stretched out her snow-white arms. The brocade quilt fell to the ground, revealing her snow-white shoulders. Her silky black hair was draped over her shoulders. The black and white contrasted with each other. The black was translucent while the white was crystal clear. It was breathtaking. She took the small bamboo tube from the bird's feet and patted its back. The snow-white bird chirped and turned into a white light that shot out of the window and disappeared. Chu Li's omniscient mirror saw it fly straight into the sky and merge into the clouds like a stream of light. After a while, it disappeared from his observation range. It was shockingly fast. It was a few times faster than a martial arts master's light body technique. What a clever little fella, Chu Li praised. Xiao Qi said, This is a mutated snow sparrow. It's news from the High Duke's public house. What happened? Chu Li frowned. He sensed that Xiao Qi's mood was suddenly down. He did not use the omniscient mirror. It was purely telepathy. Xiao Qi looked at him and did not say a word. Chu Li smiled. Well, can I know? It's better if you don't know. Xiao Qi sighed and hugged him tightly again. Xiao Qi, who had completely turned into a woman, had a different mentality. She was no longer as indifferent as before. Chu Li patted her shoulder. Tell me. Xiao Qi sighed. The High Duke's public house lost 2 protectors. Chu Li frowned. Who did this? His tone was light, but it contained a dense, killing intent. The High Duke's public house was his root, and he would not allow anyone to invade it. Killing the protectors of the High Duke's public house was no different from killing him, so he must eliminate the other party. I don't know. Xiao Qi sighed softly, but I think it's King and Chu Li's expression turned solemn as he said coldly. He finally couldn't hold it in any longer. He had been thinking of ways to divert Prince Anne's attention. He asked Liu Yurong to assassinate him, so that Prince Anne would not have any ideas on the House of High Duke. Second eldest sister has decided to return to the imperial residence, Xiao Qi said. Chu Li said, This is exactly what King Anne wants. If second eldest sister doesn't return, King Anne will kill the protectors of the High Duke's public house, Xiao Qi said. Second eldest sister doesn't want to implicate the High Duke's public house. What happens after she goes back? When Chu Li thought of this, his heart was filled with murderous intent. He wished he could kill King Anne right there and then, so that everything would disappear without a trace, so that Co Shi could live a peaceful life, and so that the House of High Dukes could be at peace. I guess second eldest sister will completely become King Anne's. Xiao Qi frowned. Chu Li sneered. In the end, King Anne still wants to kill me. Xiao Qi said, Isn't he lusting after second eldest sister's beauty? Which man isn't lustful? Chu Li sneered. Of course he lusts after second lady's beauty, but there are many ways to possess second lady. You just had to use such a drastic method to provoke me. He's hoping that you'll assassinate him. Shao Qi frowned. Then he'll borrow the emperor's hand to kill you? Chu Li slowly nodded. He suddenly looked towards the southwest direction and shook his head. It's a two-pronged attack. He even sent someone over. Shao Qi quickly extended her hand to retrieve her clothes. Chu Li gently shook his head. No need, leave it to me. Shao Qi retracted her snow-white arm. Chu Li put on his clothes and disappeared in a flash. The four old men landed without a sound. They made a hand gesture and slowly walked toward the bedroom. Their eyebrows were all white, their eyes were bright and threatening, and their cultivation level was shockingly high. Chu Li suddenly appeared behind one of the elders and slammed his palm on his back. It was calm and precise. The elder was hit without any reaction. He did not even have time to dodge. Bang! The elder was sent flying and remained motionless after landing on the ground. The other three elders turned around and pounced on him. The three of them were shocked. They felt an invisible force wrapping around them, hindering their movements. It was as if it wanted to immobilize them, so they could not help but slow down. However, Chu Li suddenly sped up and appeared behind one of the elders like a ghost. Under the heavenly demonic field, they were bound and hindered, and their cultivation level was reduced by 1 level. However, Chu Li was like a fish in water in the heavenly demonic field. His speed was faster than usual. The four elders had more than 200 years of cultivation, but their hands and feet were tied at this moment. Their movements were slow, and they were easily sent flying by Chu Li. The heavenly demonic energy drilled into their bodies and devoured their inner energy. Chu Li slammed his palm on them again and instantly swept away their cultivation level. The remaining heavenly demonic power killed them, and they died. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. Chu Li faced four masters with 200 years of cultivation easily, as if he was dealing with an innate master. He fluttered back into the house. Shao Qi had already put on a gown and covered her graceful body. She was tying up her hair. Was it sent by King Yin? Chu Li nodded. It seems like King Yin's power has increased greatly. He can even send four masters with more than 200 years of cultivation. Could it be the Emperor? Shao Qi frowned. Chu Li shook his head. The Emperor won't intervene. It should be a martial arts faction. Every first-rate sect had their own grandmasters. Although it was an unspoken rule that only masters who were below 100 years old would be active outside, those who were above 100 years old would cultivate in seclusion within the mountain. However, during critical moments, these hidden masters would still appear. Grandmasters had a lifespan of 300 years. Those with more than 200 years of cultivation were already the top. They were the foundation of the faction. Since they were sent out, it was obvious that King Yin had made a big wish and distributed enough benefits. This also showed that King Yin was anxious. He was like a gambler who had lost all his money and was crazy to the point that he did not care about anything else. Will second eldest sister be in danger? Shao Qi frowned. If such a master did not come to assassinate her, but to kidnap second eldest sister, then the masters of the public house would not be able to withstand it. If King Yin was only after second eldest sister's beauty, he might not wait for her to reach the imperial residence. He might even make a move halfway. Thinking about this, she was restless and anxious. Chu Li said, "Don't worry. I will know if anything happens to second lady. I'll go to second eldest sister." Shao Qi said softly. She was really worried about Shao Shi's protectors. Chu Li pondered for a moment and slowly nodded. All right. Chapter 1094. But what will you do if I leave? Shao Qi frowned and hesitated. She was worried about Shao Shi and Chu Li too. Chu Li smiled. I won't starve to death. How do you usually eat? I'll go to a restaurant. It's fine if I eat it once or twice, but I'll get sick of it if I eat it too much. Chu Li laughed. When Shao Qi, who was as pure as ice and as clean as jade, talked about this, he was touched. It was indescribably interesting. Shao Qi rolled her eyes at him. Eating is not a small matter. Can you really solve it? Don't worry, I'll think of a way. Chu Li smiled. Shao Qi sighed. Although I don't want you to kill King An, it seems like you have no choice but to do it. He's so aggressive that he wants to piss you off. Chu Li nodded slowly. King An's every move was aimed at his vital points. He was angering him and making him suffer. From King An's point of view, his martial arts had not recovered yet. Hence, he was unscrupulously attacking Chu Li to vent his anger from before. Even though he knew that he had lost his martial arts, he still sent 4 200-year-old martial arts masters. King An was becoming more cautious and wanted to be foolproof. It seemed like he had learned his lesson from his failures. He messed up his actions and enhanced his abilities. The many setbacks had made him more cunning. Chu Li suddenly frowned. Shao Qi looked at him. Chu Li said, "There's an imperial edict from Fairy's capital." Shao Qi was puzzled. "For you?" "Most likely." Chu Li nodded slowly. Shao Qi scoffed. "What is the emperor trying to do?" Chu Li gritted his teeth and became even more resentful towards the emperor. The feeling of being manipulated by others was terrible. He wanted to become an enlightened master and beat the emperor until he begged for mercy. "You should go to the second lady first." Chu Li frowned. Shao Qi shook her head. "Let's see what the imperial edict says first." The two talked for a while before footsteps were heard from outside. 2 middle-aged men in black clothes pushed the door open and strode in. Chief Chu Li of King An's imperial residence received the edict. Chu Li went forward and fist saluted. Chu Li received the edict. The 2 imperial house protectors in black robes looked valiant and had an intimidating aura. Their eyes were as bright as lightning as they said, "Chu Li is to return to King An's imperial residence immediately and resume his duties as an envoy of the imperial residence. We hope that he will be loyal to his duty and not neglect his duties." Chu Li gave a fist salute. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The 2 black-clothed guards from the imperial house smiled. "Chief Chu, you are favored by the emperor. Congratulations." An imperial edict was sent to the imperial mausoleum, and then another one was immediately sent to summon him back. With such a change, it was clear that the emperor cared for him and always remembered him. Chu Li gestured for them to enter the gazebo and take a seat. Shao Qi then served them tea. The 2 of them looked at Shao Qi but were not surprised by her beauty. They had seen many beauties in the imperial house, but they were curious about her identity. They knew that she was the 3rd lady of the High Duke's public house, Shao Qi, but they wanted to take a closer look at her appearance. The news of Co. Qi marrying Chu Li had spread like wildfire in Fairy's capital. Everyone knew about it. Chu Li's status was too low, yet he married the lady. It was truly shocking. On the other hand, Co. Qi married Chu Li when he was in dire straits. It was truly admirable. Chu Li took a sip and put down the teacup. "My martial arts have been crippled. I'm a useless person now. Why did the emperor ask me to return?" His Highness King and personally went to the imperial house to plead for you." A middle-aged imperial house protector shook his head and smiled. The emperor didn't agree at first. "After all, you've only been here for a short time. How could the emperor change his mind so quickly?" However, he couldn't resist his Highness King and's pleading, so he agreed. Chu Li smiled. "If that's the case, I should thank His Highness King, and it seems like His Highness King and relies heavily on you." Chief Chu, as soon as he returned to the imperial residence, he immediately begged the emperor to transfer you back. The other middle-aged imperial house protector looked envious. "I'm so envious to be able to work for a royal highness who values you so much." Chu Li chuckled. "I'm flattered by His Highness King An's kindness." King An wanted him to return and torture him. He wanted to settle old and new grudges at the same time. Outsiders might not be able to see the mystery behind it, but those who could would not say anything. "Protectors, do you want to travel together?" Chu Li asked. The 2 imperial house protectors nodded and smiled. "Yes, the emperor pitied you for having your martial arts crippled. He's worried that it won't be safe on the journey, so he asked us to escort you. You just have to rush back to Fairy's capital in a month. There's no need to rush." Chu Li's heart skipped a beat as he sensed something in his mind. It was Co. Shur who had crushed her jade pendant and wanted him to hurry over. He was anxious, but his expression did not change. He smiled. I see. Thank you, Your Highness. How about this? We'll go our separate ways. You two go ahead, I have my own guards. That won't do, Chief Chu. The two Imperial House protectors shook their heads. We're under His Majesty's orders to protect you. The two Imperial House protectors shook their heads. One of the Imperial House protectors said, although our martial arts aren't that strong, our identities can be used. They were the Imperial House protectors who carried out the orders of the Emperor. They represented the Imperial House's prestige. If anyone dared to offend them, it would be equivalent to disrespecting the Imperial House, and they would not be able to live. Chu Li was anxious. He did not want to be entangled with them. He stood up and said, Co. Chi, talk to them. I'll go buy some food and wine. He did not wait for the two Imperial House protectors to reply. He rushed out of the residence and left in a hurry. He suddenly disappeared. The bright sunlight shone on a sparse forest. It was late autumn and the leaves had withered. There was an open space deep in the forest. Co. Shi was lying motionlessly on the thick, soft grass. She was dressed in a white gown and her face was covered by a white veil. Her phoenix eyes were cold as she stared at King and who was standing with his hands behind his back. King was dressed in a bright yellow gown. He looked as handsome as jade. His eyes were like cold stars as he smiled at Co. Shi. There were only the two of them. It was quiet all around. What do you want? Co. Shi asked coldly. King chuckled. His handsome face revealed a proud smile. What do you think, my princess? Co. Shi said. You have the face of a despicable person who becomes arrogant after achieving his goals. Arrogant after achieving his goals. Well said. Ha! King laughed. Princess, you have been married to me for so long. Well, have you ever fulfilled your duties as a princess? Today, I will get what I want. Co. Shi frowned. Are you crazy? Ha. I originally wanted to be intimate with you in front of Chu Li. I wanted to anger him to death. But princess, you are so beautiful. I can't help it. King looked at her strangely. Co. Shi was pushed to the ground. She laid on the thick, soft grass. Her back and buttocks revealed their amazing curves. It made King An's eyes burn with passion. Seeing his gaze, Co. Shi said disapprovingly, in front of Chu Li, do you have the guts? He is now a cripple. Why wouldn't I dare? King sneered. I have already pleaded with my father to summon him back. He will continue to be the chief of the imperial residence. Interesting, right? It is. You have guts. Co. Shi said coldly. King said, Today, princess, I will let you see if I have guts. As he said that, he got closer to Co. Shi. He gently took off Co. Shi's white veil and revealed her beautiful face. Co. Shi's acupuncture point was sealed. She could not move. She could only let him take off her white veil and stare at her greedily. Chapter 1095. Co. Shi furrowed her brows and looked at him coldly. Her gaze was magnanimous and sarcastic. As a royal highness, you have to rely on such methods to get a woman. What a joke. How pitiful. How pitiful. Prince N's expression changed slightly. His burning gaze turned cold. He felt that the sarcastic smile on her beautiful face was particularly glaring. He could not help but feel angry. Slap! He swung his palm. Co. Shi flew out and flipped a few times in the air. Bang! She landed heavily on the thick and soft grass with her back facing the sky. Prince N laughed out loud and appeared in front of her in a flash. He squatted down and looked at her with a smile. I've sinned. If Chu Li saw this, he would be heartbroken. Co. Shi said lightly. You're dealing with me just to anger Chu Li? That's right. Prince N smiled. He didn't let me be happy. I'll return it tenfold. I know that dealing with you is more painful than dealing with him. If Chu Li saw you like this, he would be heartbroken. Co. Shi's beautiful face had a red handprint. It was clearly visible. Prince N's slap was very skillful. Anyone who saw the clear handprint could feel how painful it was. Co. Shi said, Aren't you afraid that Chu Li will come after you? He's useless now. Why would I be afraid of him? Prince N sneered. Co. Shi shook her head. You're still afraid of him. If not, why would you ask the Emperor to summon him back? To summon him back is to torture him. Prince N said coldly. especially when he sees you suffer. He'll be in even more pain. He'll want to commit suicide. It'll be so satisfying. Co sure said, "You're afraid that he'll recover his martial arts. That's why you're keeping him under your watch. In the end, you're still afraid of him." "Huh." Princeton sneered and shook his head. "Princess, you're very smart. Unfortunately, smart people don't live long." Co sure said lightly, "Do you still dare to kill me?" "I've changed my mind, Princess." Princeton's sneer turned into a smile. He looked her up and down. His eyes lingered on her proudly bulging breasts. His gaze became passionate and greedy once again. "Let's first consummate our marriage, then kill you. Don't you think Chuli would go crazy? He will definitely hate himself. Wang Fei, you died because of him. If it wasn't for him, Wang Fei would not have died. If it wasn't for him, I would have died a long time ago," Co sure said lightly. "If he hadn't offended me, I wouldn't have killed you." Princeton smiled and said, "I will tell him that it was I who killed you, Princess. He will hate himself for being powerless and suffering in pain every day." "Haha, this is great. This feels great. You really are despicable," Co sure said faintly. "But he will still cripple you in the end." "Umph. The current me is not the previous me." Princeton shook his head and smiled. "It's not him who crippled me now. It's me who crippled him. When he arrives at the imperial residence, I'll cripple him every few days so that he'll never be able to turn over a new leaf. I'll make him live in pain for the rest of his life." As he spoke, he slowly reached out his large hand and was about to touch her ample breasts. Co sure stared at him without flinching. Princeton's hand slowly approached, and was about to touch it. Bam! Princeton suddenly flew out and crashed into a peach tree beside him. The peach tree immediately shed its leaves. He slowly slid down from the tree and onto the ground. His entire body could not move. A violent force was ravaging and devouring his body, trying to devour all of his cultivation. His internal organs were all severely injured. Wah! He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Chuli in shock. Chuli appeared at his previous position and lightly patted Co sure's body twice. He unsealed her acupuncture point and said softly, "Second lady, are you all right?" Co sure shook her head. Chuli said apologetically, "I'm late." Co sure said, "You're not late." Chuli gently touched her face. A warm breath wandered around her cheeks. After a while, he let go of his hand. Co sure's face was no longer red and swollen. She was no longer in pain. "Be careful," Co sure suddenly shouted. Princeton swung his hand and shot out a bolt of lightning towards Chuli's back. Chuli bent his finger and flicked it behind him. Ding! With a clear sound, a flying dagger fell to the ground. Chuli could not help but laugh. Princeton was playing with flying blades in front of him. Princeton threw the flying blade. He did not care if it hit its target or not. He flipped and darted into the depths of the forest. Chuli suddenly appeared in front of Prince and hit his chest with his palm. Bam! Princeton flew out again and crashed into a tree. He slid down and spat out another mouthful of blood. Chuli went forward and grabbed his collar. In a flash, he appeared in front of Co sure. Princeton's expression did not change. He said in a low voice, "Isn't your martial arts crippled?" Chuli scoffed coldly. "Can't my martial arts recover? If your royal highness can recover, why can't I?" As he spoke, he waved his hand and slapped Princeton. Following that, he slapped him a few more times. It was clean and crisp. Princeton's handsome face quickly turned red and swollen. Chuli slapped him a dozen more times until Princeton's face was swollen. He then stopped and turned to look at Co sure. "Lady, what do you think?" Co sure frowned and looked at Princeton. "Cripple his martial arts." Princeton was shocked. He was anxious. A woman's heart was the most vicious. What a vicious woman. "There's no rush." Chuli shook his head. Princeton sighed in relief. He could not understand. His martial arts had improved tremendously. He should be able to easily crush Chuli. Moreover, Chuli was crippled of his martial arts. Why did this happen? Why was he suppressed by Chuli again? Chuli's martial arts had improved to a terrifying level. Even if he was better than before, he was still no match for him. His confidence was completely crushed by these few slaps. All that was left was endless anger and murderous intent. This Chu Li was his nemesis. He was born to go against him. If he did not kill him, it would be better to die than to live. Chu Li violently threw him away. Get lost. King and flew far away as if he was riding on a cloud, and finally landed on a tree fork. The tree fork was light and thin, and it slowly bent downwards. He was shocked, but his internal organs were injured, and his inner energy could not be channeled properly. Bam! He finally fell to the ground with a dull thud. His internal organs seemed to tumble again. He spat out another mouthful of blood. This time he felt more relaxed. He turned around and left. He was afraid that Chu Li would change his mind and cripple his martial arts again. He endured the pain and ran away. Xiao Shi was puzzled. Why did you let him go? Chu Li said, There's no rush. You want to kill him? Xiao Shi frowned. She was smart. Logically speaking, Chu Li should be torturing Prince and crippling his martial arts. He might even cripple his arms or legs. Letting him go so easily was not Chu Li's style. The only explanation was that he was determined to kill Prince, and Chu Li nodded lightly. Xiao Shi said, If you want to kill him just now. What are you hesitating for? It's not the right time yet. Chu Li shook his head. If he killed Prince now, the Emperor would arrive in an instant. Xiao Shi would be dragged into this. This was something he would never allow and had been avoiding. Chapter 1096. Xiao Shi stood up and stretched her body. Chu Li said, Follow me back first. I still need to go to Fairy's capital with everyone. Xiao Shi shook her head. Chu Li frowned. He used the omniscient mirror to observe and noticed Su Ru and a few protectors. Su Ru and the protectors in the residence were slightly injured, but they were fine. It was obvious that King En's light body technique was superb. He snatched her over and did not fight too much with Su Ru and the others. Let them go by themselves. Chu Li scoffed. Forget it. Xiao Shi shook her head. You can't even protect yourself over there, right? She understood King En's tactics. Once he made a move, he would definitely make a move at the same time. He wanted to crush Chu Li with an overwhelming force. He would not do it bit by bit. King En wanted to destroy Chu Li in one go. Moreover, King En had said that the Emperor had ordered Chu Li to return to Fairy's capital. The protector must have arrived at adjacent town. Chu Li said, Shao Qi will be worried if you don't go. Oh, Xiao Shi smiled. Chu Li smiled. You two can accompany each other. All right. Xiao Shi nodded. How is she now? Not bad, Chu Li said. Xiao Shi said, All right, let's go. Chu Li disappeared with her and appeared next to Su Ru. He asked Su Ru to go out and give her some instructions before bringing her back to adjacent town. He brought them to his residence. The two Imperial House protectors looked at them in surprise. Xiao Shi and Su Ru's faces were covered with white veils, so they could not see their faces clearly. However, judging from their graceful figures and temperament, they knew that they were rare beauties. The two Imperial House protectors stared at them. Second eldest sister? Shao Qi was surprised. What a coincidence. Second lady and the others are here to visit. Chu Li smiled. Shao Qi looked at Chu Li. She knew that he would not go out for no reason. It was obvious that second eldest sister and the others were in danger and had just been rescued. Have some tea first. I have something to talk to second eldest sister about. Shao Qi brought Xiao Shi and Su Ru into the house and closed the door. Chu Li took a sip of tea and smiled at the two Imperial House protectors. It's not that I don't want you two to come along. I'm just a little worried, and I'm not sure if I should say it. Chief Chu, please speak your mind. I have too many enemies. Once I leave adjacent town and return to Fairy's capital, those people won't just stand by and watch. Too many people don't want me to return to Fairy's capital, Chu Li muttered. The two Imperial House guards frowned and nodded slowly. Of course, they knew that Chu Li was in the limelight and that he was cruel and merciless. They did not know how many martial arts masters he had offended. If it were not for his outstanding martial arts, he would have died many times over. Now that he had lost his martial arts, no one would let go of this opportunity. They must seize the opportunity to kill him. Forget about the other forces. Just the Holy Church of Light alone would definitely think of ways to kill him. Moreover, there were also some enemies of the High Duke's public house. The people he had provoked were all masters. Chu Li said, "It's too dangerous for you to follow me. I'm afraid that both of you will be implicated. If you lose your life, I really don't know how to explain it to the Emperor. So for the sake of both of us, it's better for us to separate. But we have to protect you, Chief Chu." Chu Li laughed and shook his head. "To be honest, although both of your martial arts are strong, you're still lacking compared to my enemies. Moreover, those people are lawless. They don't care about the dignity of the imperial family. They don't care about the Holy Church of Light." The two imperial house guards frowned. The disciples of the Holy Church of Light were famous for being reckless. Not to mention them, they would even kill the royal highnesses and crown princes. Indeed, the two of them were not enough to kill them. It was better for them to stay far away. However, when they thought about the emperor's orders, they dared not disobey. Chu Li said, "Let's do this. Didn't the emperor want me to arrive in 30 days? Let's meet up in Qingyun town and enter Fairy's capital on the last day. Will that work?" The two imperial house guards hesitated. Chu Li smiled. "I'm somewhat confident that my protectors can protect me, but with the two of you. So, if we work together, we'll have two benefits. If you and I don't say anything, how will the Emperor know if you're following us? Even if the Emperor asks, we can just say that we encountered an assassination and got separated." "All right then. Thank you, Chief Chu." The two fists saluted. Chu Li fist saluted and smiled. "It's convenient for others and convenient for ourselves. Everyone, take care of each other." "Yes, yes." The two were grateful and fist saluted before they left. Chu Li sent them to the entrance of the residence and returned to the main hall. The three women were talking together when Co. Shi mentioned King En's evil deeds. Co. Chi was so angry that her face tensed up and her hand would occasionally touch the hilt of her sword. Chu Li sat on the bed and channeled to consolidate his cultivation. He had benefited a lot from the trip to the inner mausoleum. His cultivation level had deepened by 2 levels and was more than enough to deal with a 300-year-old master. He could be said to be proud of anyone below the enlightened master. Although he was not invincible, there were few who could match him. However, compared to his cultivation level, he had gained a lot more in terms of his soul. His soul was strengthened, his spirit was clear, and he could channel his inner energy faster. Moreover, the strengthening of the 4 meridians also strengthened his body. With just his body and without inner energy, he was outstanding among the grandmasters. The biggest gain was the heavenly demonic power, which improved by leaps and bounds on the last level. If he could perfect the heavenly demonic power, he could become an enlightened master. Unfortunately, he did not dare to cultivate further, or else he would ascend to heaven. What he wanted to do was to go against heaven and become an enlightened master. He wanted to perfect the spirit beast technique. After going through the ordeal with Co. Chi, he inexplicably had a deeper understanding of the Earth Matrix and reincarnation scripture, and Co. Chi's cultivation level improved. Initially, Co. Chi could not lose her virginity because of the regal sword scripture, but he could not care less at that time. Moreover, he had the miracle cure pill. He did not expect to suddenly understand the Earth Matrix and reincarnation scripture when he was in the ultimate state. The regal sword scripture's cultivation level originally flowed to his body, but it was reversed by the Earth Matrix and reincarnation scripture and returned to Co. Chi's body. After being filtered by Chu Li's body, it became pure, and her cultivation level was much higher than before. The Earth Matrix and reincarnation scripture's mysteriousness was far beyond imagination, but required opportunity to understand it. It was not something that could be understood just by thinking about it. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Chu Li raised his voice. "Come in." Co. Chi and Co. Shi entered his bedroom one after another. They took a garden stool and sat in front of his bed. Under the light, the two women looked like they were carved from white jade. They were crystal clear and glowed. "Chu Li, since your martial art is better than King An's, there's no need for you to risk your life against him. You don't have to kill him. It's fine as long as you can suppress him so that he won't dare to act recklessly, Seoshur said. She previously thought that King N's martial art had improved greatly and that he was confident of winning, which was why he dared to act recklessly. Now that Chu Li's martial art had improved as well, and he had suppressed King N would have to behave himself when he returned. Seo, she nodded. Chu Li said, I'll kill King N no matter what. Second lady, you don't have to say anything. Why? Seo sure frowned. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. Chapter 1097. I just heard that you and little sister have really become husband and wife. Xiaoshi furrowed her brows and glared at him in dissatisfaction. Don't tell me you want her to become a widow as soon as she gets married? Chu Li shook his head and laughed. I'm confident that I won't die. Stop boasting. Seo sure pouted her red lips. In today's world, who dares to say that they can escape the pursuit of an enlightened master? I've put in so much effort to prepare so that I can fight for a chance of survival. Chu Li nodded confidently. I've been attacked by an enlightened master before, so I know how to defend myself. Don't worry, I'm also someone who cherishes my life, and I can't bear to lose her. You're a bastard. Xiaoshi scoffed. How dare you make little sis so worried? Chu Li glanced at Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi stared at him. Chu Li sighed. We'll have to kill King N sooner or later. We'll kill King N when the Emperor doesn't suspect anything. That way, we won't be able to get rid of him in the future, which will bring us endless trouble. When the time comes for us to go against the Emperor, who knows how many people will die? Xiaoshi frowned and remained silent. She knew that what Chu Li said made sense, but no one could predict what would happen in the future. For all she knew, King N might not even need Chu Li to kill him. He might even harm himself. Judging from his current state, there must be something wrong with him. He was like a balloon that could burst at any time. Chu Li could tell what she was thinking and said, I won't pin my hopes on others. If I can solve it myself, then I will. Seoshur sighed and shook her head helplessly at Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi asked, When are you going to make your move? We'll make our move tomorrow, Chu Li said. All of you should return to the public house first. All right, Xiao Qi said. The night was hazy. King N sat in a study room, his face as gloomy as water. The study room was brightly lit, but it was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Zheng Li's voice could be heard from outside. Your Highness, 2 guards from the Imperial House are here to see you. Invite him in quickly. King N stood up abruptly. Zheng Li said, Yes. Prince N stood up to welcome him. 2 elders with white eyebrows and beards, one fat and one skinny, had already entered. They closed fists saluted, Greetings, Your Royal Highness. Seniors, you don't have to be so polite. King N hurriedly said. The 2 of them cupped their fists casually. Prince N extended his hand in invitation. The fat old man chuckled and said, We have come under the Emperor's orders to serve as Your Highness' personal guards. Thank you, seniors. Prince N's smile was so warm that it was like a spring breeze. I'll leave my safety in your hands. Don't worry, Your Highness. The thin old man replied in a muffled voice. The fat old man smiled and said, Does His Highness have an enemy? So he called us over? They were the internal guards of the Imperial House, the top-notch experts that almost never left the Imperial House. With more than 300 years of cultivation, they rarely had a worthy opponent below the enlightened master level. They were originally inner mausoleum protectors and were free and unfettered in the Imperial House. The Emperor was an enlightened master. They only had to protect the Empress and the concubines. Those powerhouses who had broken into the Imperial House to assassinate the Emperor would not bother to assassinate the Empress and the Imperial concubines. Coming to King N's Imperial residence was considered a tough job as it disturbed their cultivation. However, they couldn't refuse the Emperor's orders. Prince N forced a smile. I'm not really an enemy. I just feel uneasy, so I asked the 2 seniors to come over to calm me down and suppress my evil aura. He didn't want to say that Chu Li was his enemy. Otherwise, his incompetence would spread all over the world, and he would no longer have a chance to fight for the throne. Don't worry, Your Highness. We'll protect you from the side. The fat old man smiled. "Thank you, seniors." Princeton's solemnly closed fist saluted. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief, and his mind finally calmed down. Ever since he met Chu Li, he had been deeply worried. He could feel Chu Li's killing intent. Chu Li could have crippled his martial arts, but he didn't do it. Such an unusual action showed that he really wanted to kill him. As a prince, if Princeton wanted to kill him, he would have to bear the wrath of the emperor. However, it seemed like Chu Li planned to die together with him and drag him to hell with him. With this worry, he asked the emperor for help and hired 2 internal guards of the imperial house as protectors. The emperor readily agreed to this request. Because the internal guards of the imperial house were only loyal to the emperor, they would report every move of the prince they were protecting. Therefore, the princes rarely hired the internal guards of the imperial house. If Princeton wasn't worried, he wouldn't have hired these 2 guards. With these 2 guards, he could finally have a good night's sleep. He returned to his bedroom and just fell asleep when he suddenly felt something strange. When he opened his eyes, he realized that he wasn't in his bedroom, but on top of the mountain. A bright moon hung in the sky, its moonlight like water. A handsome young man stood in front of him, smiling at him. "You?" Princeton opened his mouth. With a flash of a blade, his vision went black. His head flew up and blood spurted out like a pillar. Chu Li transformed into Dufeng and appeared in Prince An's imperial residence. Because Princeton had a rare treasure that could suppress divine powers, he couldn't use the all-seeing divine technique or God's limbs. His Mahavarokana's immobility scripture could break through the suppression of these rare treasures, but it could only break through the suppression of the rare treasures around him. It couldn't break through the other side that was far away. After he appeared in Prince An's imperial residence, the rare treasures around Prince An lost their effects, and he could freely use divine powers. He instantly appeared next to Prince An and pulled him away. When he appeared on top of a towering mountain in the Li dynasty, he beheaded Prince An. The 2 imperial house internal guards couldn't react in time. They didn't expect divine powers to appear under the suppression of a rare treasure. By the time they reacted, Prince An was already gone. After Chu Li beheaded him, he activated God's limbs and was about to leave. Damn it! An angry roar seemed to come from the distant void like rolling thunder. It sounded far away at first, but in an instant, it resounded in the world. A vast and boundless energy descended from the sky and froze him. The space around him was locked, and he couldn't move at all. Chu Li activated his heavenly demonic power to its maximum and activated the heavenly demonic spirit devouring technique. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and a hand was already on his chest. It was too fast for him to react. Bang! The heavenly demonic orb instantly appeared in front of Chu Li's chest to devour the palm energy. At the same time, he struck his opponent's chest with his palm. He had used the enlightened master's energy that had been devoured by the heavenly demonic spirit devouring technique. Bang! Both of them flew backward at the same time. He flew straight out of the mountain and flew in the air before he landed in the dense, evergreen pine forest. His vision darkened, as if he was about to disappear from the world and turn into ashes. From the corner of his eye, he noticed that the emperor had been sent flying as well. The Buddha and the heavenly demon in the void of his mind chanted with all their might. The halo at the back of the Buddha's head shone brightly. The Mahavarokana's immobility scripture moved at an unprecedented speed to resist this destructive will. With the help of the Mahavarokana's immobility scripture, the force that bound him loosened. He disappeared in a flash and appeared in the Fu dynasty's Jianan. When he suddenly appeared in a small courtyard in Jianan, he immediately lay prone in the courtyard and vomited blood. Not only did he vomit blood, but he also vomited chunks of flesh. His internal organs were all shattered. The heavenly demonic orb failed to devour the enlightened master's energy. Instead, it was crushed by the enlightened master's energy, and his internal organs were shattered as well. Chapter 1098. P.S. Update complete. He was very familiar with this feeling as he had experienced it too many times in the inner mausoleum. This was the power of an enlightened master. Obviously, an enlightened master was approaching. The omniscient mirror could observe 100 miles away. He clearly saw the emperor and an elder with white eyebrows and beard exchanging blows in the sky. Both of them retreated and floated into the air before disappearing. This blow did not contain any earth-shattering power. In fact, there was no overflow of power at all. It was as if two people who did not know martial arts had exchanged blows. The suffocating power from before had disappeared. It was as if nothing had happened, and the scene earlier was like an illusion to him. He let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Fu dynasty's emperor reacted quickly and was resolute. Otherwise, if he had been one step slower and the emperor had attacked him again, he would have been dead for sure. He would have been smashed into pieces and could not be revived by the life and death scripture. He disappeared on the spot in a flash and appeared in another house. He did not want to be targeted by the emperor or the Fu dynasty's emperor. In their eyes, he was just an ant that could be trampled to death at any time. This feeling made him angry, and it was also one of the motivations for him to become an enlightened master. He continued to vomit blood in the pagoda of this residence, which was mixed with pieces of flesh. His heart palpitated as he vomited blood. The scene earlier was too dangerous, and he almost did not make it back. If it were not for the enlightened master's energy devoured by the heavenly demonic spirit devouring technique, his palm would not have hit the emperor at all. Even if it had hit him, it would only have tickled him and would not have been able to break the emperor's seal of space. He would have died without a doubt. The power of an enlightened master was truly terrifying. Activating the life and death scripture, spiritual chi surged from all directions, healing his heavy injuries. Even though he was on the brink of death, he still had a breath left to hold on. He took out a jade bottle from his bosom and poured all the medicinal pills in the bottle into his mouth. The spiritual energy around him surged, and in addition to the spiritual energy from the spirit pills circulating around his internal organs, it continuously healed them. No matter how serious his injuries were, he could still withstand it. However, the enlightened master's energy was like a knife. It was extremely solid and sharp, constantly cutting his internal organs. Its destructive power far surpassed the healing of the spiritual energy and spirit pills. His body was rapidly deteriorating. Initially, he wanted to use the heavenly demonic spirit devouring technique to devour the enlightened master's energy. Unfortunately, the heavenly demonic orb had been shattered by the enlightened master's energy, so he could not activate the heavenly demonic spirit devouring technique. He could only watch as the enlightened master's energy wreaked havoc. The Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture tried its best to transform the enlightened master's energy. It had just reversed the flow of energy, turning death into life, turning destruction into restoration, but it immediately reverted back to normal. The enlightened master's energy seemed to have its own consciousness. It was a pure will. The Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture could transform it for a while, but could not transform it forever. Chuli smiled bitterly. This was the power of an enlightened master's attack. He would not be able to survive if he took it head-on. He could only watch helplessly as his body deteriorated towards death. At this rate, he would die in less than 15 minutes. His mind spun rapidly. He was unwilling to resign himself to death like this. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. He reversed the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture. He ignored the Empyrean deity's energy and focused on his body. The reverse circulation of the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture did not heal his body. Instead, it destroyed his body along with the enlightened master's energy. The rate at which his body deteriorated increased abruptly. Within 10 minutes, his life was in danger. He began to circulate the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture in reverse. A strange life force appeared and rapidly healed his organs. He felt invigorated. Unfortunately, the enlightened master's energy was still there and continued to destroy his organs. He ignored the enlightened master's energy and continued to circulate the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture. As the life force continued to surge, A heavenly demonic orb that was smaller than a speck of dust suddenly appeared above his precordium. It quickly spread to his entire body, and the heavenly demonic field reappeared. He was overjoyed. He began to circulate the heavenly demonic spirit devouring technique and started to devour the enlightened master's energy. The enlightened master's energy was devoured bit by bit by the heavenly demonic spirit devouring technique. The damage to his organs gradually weakened. The spiritual energy in the surroundings and the spirit pill desperately healed his organs, gradually maintaining a situation that was neither too good nor too bad. As the enlightened master's energy weakened, the spiritual energy gradually gained the upper hand. In the end, the enlightened master's energy was completely devoured, and the spiritual energy continuously healed his organs. He let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally saved his life. The next morning, he was completely healed. He did not seem to be injured at all. It did not seem like he was the one who was in danger yesterday. The difference between the 2 days was like heaven and earth. He sat in the courtyard with a frown and buried the blood in the courtyard. He furrowed his brows as he racked his brains. After he had fully recovered, he observed himself and noticed a faintly discernible aura lingering in the void of his mind like a gust of wind in the night sky. If his soul was not shockingly strong, it would have been difficult for him to notice this aura. No matter how he thought about it, this aura was left behind by the enlightened master's energy. It was the emperor's mark. As soon as he left the Fu dynasty, the emperor would definitely be able to find him using this mark. No matter how he changed into, the emperor would find him and kill him. If his soul was not strong enough to notice this aura, he would have been dead by now. He thought of many ways. He used the omniscient mirror to suppress it, and the Buddha and the heavenly demon to capture it. But none of them could do anything about this aura. It was like wind, fog, and smoke. It was elusive and impossible to capture. In the end, he had no choice but to use his last resort. He transformed into Jing and went to heavenly demonic sect. He glided to heavenly demonic sect and went straight to the basilica. He raised his voice and said, "Disciple Jing greets Honorable Master Li." "Jing?" A deep voice came from inside. Chu Li pushed the door open and entered the basilica. He gave a fist salute and said, "Greetings, Honorable Master Li. You actually left Ill Wind Valley?" Elderly looked at him with a serious expression. He knew what kind of place Ill Wind Valley was. It was a place with a slim chance of survival. It was surprising that Jing was able to leave. "Yes," Chu Li replied. Elderly asked, "Since you've left Ill Wind Valley, why did you come back?" Chu Li said, "I want to meet the 4 honorable masters." "Humph," Elderly said impatiently. "You're here to provoke us on purpose, aren't you?" "B** starred. Chu Li smiled and said nothing. Elderly looked at him and frowned. "You've cultivated the heavenly demonic power to the 9th level." "Yes." Chu Li nodded. "There's nothing to be happy about with such a cultivation method." Elderly scoffed. "Do you still want to stay in heavenly demonic sect?" "Of course." Chu Li said, "The sect leader once said that as long as I leave Ill Wind Valley, everything will be written off and I'll still be a disciple of heavenly demonic sect." "If that's the case, you should go back and rest," Elderly said. Chu Li responded and suddenly took a step back. It was as if he had accidentally bumped into the heavenly demon statue. Bam! He was sent flying backward and immediately fell unconscious. Elderly was stunned. He quickly called for someone to help Chu Li back to his house. When Chu Li slowly woke up, he realized that the sky was bright outside. He looked at the shadow on the window and knew that it was noon. He had a splitting headache and could not use the omniscient mirror. The void of his mind was heavily damaged again. He had used a method that would cause both sides to suffer. He did not know if this heavy injury would erase the Emperor's imprint. If it could not be erased, then he could only challenge an enlightened master and use that enlightened master to deal with the Emperor's imprint. There might be a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, he could not return to the Ji dynasty and could only stay here. Chapter 1099. Footsteps were heard as Fu Qingyao walked in slowly and looked at him. Chu sat on the bed and gave a fist salute. Sect leader. Fu Qingyao sized him up and shook his head. I didn't expect you to be able to reach this state. This is definitely not a state that the heavenly demonic spirit devouring technique can achieve. Did you have a fortuitous encounter? Yes. Chu nodded. I exchanged blows with an enlightened master. An enlightened master. Fu Qingyao frowned at him. What's going on? Chu shook his head. I transformed into another person and entered the Ji dynasty's imperial mausoleum's inner mausoleum. I absorbed the enlightened master's energy and reached this state. How dare you? Fu Qingyao said in a deep voice. He sighed to himself. Zheng has really gone mad. He's willing to do anything in order to improve his strength. He treats his own life like child's play. He's ruthless to others, but even more ruthless to himself. How terrifying. Only such a state of chi deviation could allow him to reach such a realm in such a short period of time. The inner mausoleum of the Imperial Mausoleum was the most heavily guarded place in the world. Everyone who could enter the inner mausoleum was the most reliable person. There would not be any problems, and even if there were problems, it would be difficult for them to escape with their lives. The fact that Zheng was able to use the heavenly demonic power to enter the inner mausoleum was considered an extremely impressive feat among the heavenly demonic sect's disciples in the past generations. If word of this got out, it would be enough to spread his name all over the world and make people even more fearful of the heavenly demonic sect. The heavenly demonic sect's disciples could really be everywhere. Chu said, I realized that even if I reached this state, it's impossible to perfect it. Maybe the heavenly demon statue has the answer, so I came back to take a look. The heavenly demon statue absolutely cannot be touched. It is an object used to restrain the heavenly gods. Fu Qingyao shook his head and said, with your cultivation level, you're no different from an ant in front of a heavenly demon god. How dare you set your sights on it? You're courting death. Yes. Chu smiled bitterly and helplessly. Now you know how powerful I am. My head is splitting. Sect leader, do you have the heavenly demonic stone? I'll get someone to send it over later. Fu Qingyao frowned and said, the heavenly demonic stone sect is getting rarer. Use it carefully and don't lose it. Yes. Chu smiled. Fu Qingyao muttered, Zheng, are you angry that the disciples of heavenly demonic sect can't walk openly in the world? Chu was stunned. He slowly nodded and smiled. It's also related to our heavenly demonic power. The world is still too afraid of our heavenly demonic power. It's ever-changing and impossible to guard against. Everyone will be on guard against it. The heavenly demonic power isn't the key. Fu Qingyao shook his head. The key is that heavenly demonic sect has yet to produce an enlightened master. Chu asked, the founder wasn't an enlightened master. Fu Qingyao shook his head slowly. Chu asked, sect leader wants to become an enlightened master? Of course, Fu Qingyao answered. Chu shook his head. Since the founder of the sect couldn't achieve it, I'm afraid there's something wrong with the heavenly demonic power itself. I think so too. Fu Qingyao frowned and said, our realms are about the same now. You'll use your cultivation technique while I use mine. Let's see if we can perfect it and become an enlightened master. Chu said, sect leader, as far as I know, the best way to become an enlightened master is to cultivate the spirit beast heart technique. That's even more difficult. Fu Qingyao sneered. It's only a legend. Which spirit beast heart technique should I cultivate to become an enlightened master? Chu asked. Fu Qingyao glanced at him and asked, why? Do you want to cultivate the spirit beast heart technique? Chu nodded. If I know which heart technique, I'll secretly learn it. It'll be easier for me to become an enlightened master than the heavenly demonic power. There's no harm in telling you, Fu Qingyao said. To become an enlightened master, you'll need 4 spirit beast heart techniques: the azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, and vermilion bird. As long as you fit these 4 heart techniques, you'll be able to become an enlightened master. Azure dragon, white tiger. Chu frowned. Which sect's heart technique is this? Fu Qingyao explained, The Azure Dragon Heart technique is the dragon taming technique of Goddess Attraction Mountain. As for the other 3 heart techniques, it doesn't have to be any one of them. It'll be fine as long as the element is similar. The black tortoise has the earth element, the white tiger has the metal element, and the vermilion bird has the fire element. It'll be fine as long as the spirit beast heart technique matches these. Chuli nodded. Fu Qingya scoffed. These spirit beast heart techniques require a complete inheritance. There won't be any mistakes if you cultivate them to perfection. Not every sect has them, so it'll be very difficult to obtain them. Chuli smiled. Will be difficult for heavenly demonic sect's disciples. Don't think that you're omnipotent just because you have the heavenly demonic power. Just don't get yourself into big trouble. Fu Qingya said coldly. Chuli replied, Don't worry, sect leader. At this moment, his expression changed drastically. Bang! The entire ground shook as if there was an earthquake. Fu Qingya's expression changed. He disappeared in a flash and reappeared in front of the heavenly demon statue. Then he shouted, Activate the heavenly demon statue. Yes, Elder Bai and the other 3 elders responded. The 5 of them placed their hands on the statue's limbs and the heavenly demon statue's forehead. Chuli used the heavenly demonic power to appear in the basilica. Unfortunately, he still could not use the omniscient mirror, so he could only see that the heavenly demon statue's eyes were sparkling as if it had come to life. Then, the statue's head began to turn as if it was looking at the sky through the basilica. 2 white beams of light suddenly shot out of its eyes. They were flawless and extremely pure beams of light. 2 holes silently appeared at the top of the basilica. There was no movement at all, as if the holes had been melted by the white light. Bang! An explosion was heard in the sky, followed by a furious roar. Heavenly demonic sect. Chuli smiled when he heard that it was the Ji dynasty's emperor, Lung Wufeng's voice. It seemed like his trick of diverting the trouble had worked. With that, he had finally gotten rid of Snow Lunar Pavilion's trouble, and the Ji dynasty's emperor had his eyes on heavenly demonic sect. The enlightened master's mighty aura surged like waves. The entire heavenly demonic sect felt like it had fallen into a raging sea. An invisible force was pressing down on every disciple as if it was trying to crush them. Fu Qingya and the other 4 elders' faces darkened as white steam rose from the top of their heads. The heavenly demon statue turned its head again to look at the sky. 2 more white beams of light shot out of its eyes. Wherever the white light passed, everything that was blocking it disappeared without a trace. Bang! An explosion was heard from afar. The monstrous enlightened master's mighty aura suddenly faded and disappeared without a trace. Chuli let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed like Lung Wufeng had finally left and could not do anything to heavenly demonic sect. The heavenly demon statue was indeed powerful. The light that shot out of its eyes made his heart palpitate. His instincts were warning him to stay away from it. It seemed like even an enlightened master could not withstand the heavenly demon statue's gaze. It was truly terrifying. He stared fervently at the heavenly demon statue. The 5 of them looked as if they had just been fished out of water. They let go of the statue while panting heavily and glared at Chuli. Fu Qingya asked, Zhe-ing, you lured it here, didn't you? Chuli replied sheepishly, I clearly got rid of it. Why did it come back? How did you offend an enlightened master? Fu Qingya's face darkened. If it were not for the formation and the heavenly demon statue, heavenly demonic sect would have been wiped out this time. This was a huge disaster. Chuli replied, I disguised myself as Du Feng and went to the Ji dynasty to have fun. Then I conveniently killed a prince. The emperor has so many sons, so it's not a big deal for one of them to die, right? You killed a prince? Fu Qingya asked. Chapter 1100. Chuli replied, I killed him. You. Elder Du pointed at him as his baby-like face turned even redder. Do you know what you're doing? Chuli scoffed. That guy deserves to die. He deserves to die. Do you know that he's the son of an enlightened master? How can an enlightened master not do anything when his son is dead? Elder Du yelled. Are you crazy? How dare you provoke an enlightened master? Chuli grinned. Honorable Master Du, I'm fine now, aren't I? You're fine because the heavenly demon statue stopped him. Elderly said coldly. But can you stay in heavenly demonic sect forever? It's fine even if I go out. He doesn't know me anyway. Chuli laughed. Elder Du said impatiently. Aren't you smart? Why don't you think about how he found this place? Chuli frowned. Maybe I have something that he can track down? Something like the soul-chasing incense? An enlightened master's tricks are unpredictable. Catching you is a piece of cake. You'll definitely die. Fu Qingya said, if you want to live, stay in heavenly demonic sect and leave after a year. Chuli laughed. An enlightened master is indeed powerful, but our heavenly demon statue is even more powerful. What's so special about it? The heavenly demon statue's special isn't something you can understand, Fu Qingya said. Fu Qingya said, but you can't fathom how powerful an enlightened master is, so you should just hide in the sect. Chuli asked, didn't he get chased away? He only retreated temporarily. He doesn't dare to enter heavenly demonic sect, but he might be waiting for you outside. Once he leaves, he'll definitely kill you. He must avenge his son. Fu Qingya shook his head. You're really reckless. You think that you're so powerful that you don't know your limits. Chuli chuckled. Leave? Fu Qingya said impatiently. I'll send you the heavenly demonic stone later. Chuli Fist saluted and left. After he left, Elderby sighed. This young man is getting more and more troublesome. He had mixed feelings. Provoking an enlightened master required a certain level of confidence, and being able to escape from an enlightened master was something to be proud of. Fortunately, we have the sky demon statue. The other three elders shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Fu Qingya said, I'll be guarding the basilica for a while to prevent the enlightened masters from returning. You'll come again? Fu Qingya replied, he's probably injured, so he won't be fighting again for the time being. That's good. The four elders heaved a sigh of relief. The activation of the heavenly demon statue was not that easy. Every time it was used, it would take 2 days for it to recover. If the heavenly god came again, they might not be able to hold on. This is very troublesome. Fu Qingya frowned. This bastard brat, he's finally in big trouble. Elderby snorted. Fu Qingya said, it's too late to say anything now. Let's think about how to solve this problem. Fortunately, we've offended the great Ji dynasty's emperor, but this will also shock the other countries. They'll be even more wary of us, the disciples of heavenly demonic sect. The four elders sighed helplessly. The disciples of the heavenly demon sect were already afraid of them. Now, the situation had worsened. Fu Qingya said, but this is both a bad and a good thing. They'll be even more wary of heavenly demonic sect now. They won't dare to harm the disciples of heavenly demonic sect because they're afraid of revenge. That's true. Elder Du laughed. This brat has done too much. It's scary. If he's safe and sound, heavenly demonic sect's reputation will be fully established, Fu Qingya said. Even the 8 major sects won't dare to act recklessly. Even if heavenly demonic sect can't join the 8 major sects, we'll be on par with them. The 4 elders nodded with a smile. Heavenly demonic sect strength would make them worried and vigilant if they could escape and protect themselves after provoking an enlightened master. In the martial arts world, the strong were respected. There was no need to be humble and keep a low profile. Fu Qingya waved his hand and left. As soon as Chuli returned to his room, Fu Qingya brought him a palm-sized heavenly demonic stone. Chuli curled his lips and did not say much. It seemed that heavenly demonic sect did not have many heavenly demonic stones. Even the sect leader was so stingy. As soon as the heavenly demonic stone was placed on the back of his head, a cool air soon entered his mind. He was becoming more familiar with the heavenly demonic stone's cool air. When he opened his eyes the next morning, the void in his mind appeared again. The heavenly demonic stone had healed the injury on his soul. The Buddha and the heavenly demon in the void in his mind also had healing effects. Through the glowing lotuses, his soul was strengthened and recovered to its original state. He used the omniscient mirror to observe the heavenly demon statue again and felt regretful that he did not get to see the battle with the enlightened master. If he could see it clearly, he might be able to understand some of the wonders of the heavenly demon statue. He was most delighted that after this attack, the heavenly demon statue dispersed the enlightened master's energy in the void of his mind as he had expected. The imprint left behind by Lung Wufeng had also disappeared. He put the heavenly demonic stone down, but did not take it with him. Then, he suddenly disappeared and reappeared on a mountaintop in the Li dynasty. He sat there quietly to see if Lung Wufeng could find him and if the imprint had really disappeared. After a long while, Lung Wufeng still did not show up. If there was really an imprint, Lung Wufeng would have been here a long time ago. He knew that enlightened masters also had similar divine powers. For example, when he cultivated the heavenly demonic power to his current level, he had an ability similar to God's limbs. Although it was not as far away as God's limbs, it was more agile. God's limbs and the heavenly demonic power complemented each other perfectly. He was completely relieved, so he prepared to return to the fairies' capital of the Great Ji dynasty and settle in King An's imperial residence. Without King An's imperial residence would naturally be ruled by Princess Xiao Shi. This would greatly benefit the High Duke's public house. The imperial residence and the High Duke's public house would be more powerful if they worked together. However, since there was only one mistress in the imperial residence, Lung Wufeng would not be too afraid of her. The High Duke's public house, the brightly lit Jade Guardian Island, looked no different from the day and was even more beautiful than it was during the day. Xiao Shi and Xiao Qi sat in a gazebo in the garden while Suru served them tea and snacks. The two sisters were not in the mood to talk, as they were both worried about Chu Li. Assassinating a prince was a matter of life and death. Xiao Shi sighed faintly. I really don't know if he can pull through this. Don't worry. Xiao Qi shook her head. She had a strange feeling that she could feel Chu Li's existence. Even if he was thousands of miles away, she could still feel him and knew that he was still alive. With a clear chirp, a white sparrow turned into a white light and landed on her shoulder. Xiao Qi took the bamboo tube from the sparrow's claw and opened it. She sighed. King An is dead. The emperor has ordered a great search to find the murderer. He's really dead? Xiao Shi smiled. Xiao Qi said, the emperor has drawn a portrait and sent a message to the world to reward him. He's really anxious this time. Xiao Shi scoffed. The emperor's portrait is of Du Feng. He used Du Feng's identity to kill King, and Xiao Qi frowned. I'm afraid Snow Lunar Pavilion will be implicated. Xiao Shi frowned. Why did Chu Li use this identity? Xiao Qi slowly shook her head. Xiao Shi said, he can't be that stupid, right? Could it be that he has a grudge against Snow Lunar Pavilion? Chapter 1101. While they were talking, a figure flashed by, and Chu Li appeared in front of them. He greeted them with a smile and sat in front of them. His gaze swept over them. The two women were both dressed in spotless white robes. Their beautiful faces were glistening with a warm luster under the light, like two pieces of white jade. One of their eyes was as clear as a spring, while the other was as deep as a lake. They say that bad people will cause trouble for 1,000 years. Xiao Shi pursed her lips and smiled. You're full of evil tricks. You won't die so easily. Chu Li shook his head and laughed. Xiao Qi said, the emperor has issued a reward and wants the whole world to search for him. Are you going to disguise yourself as Du Feng? Chu Li nodded. Xiao Shi was confused. Why must I disguise myself as Du Feng? Wouldn't it be better to just cover my face? Or I could just disguise myself as a stranger. It's more interesting this way, Chu Li said. Xiao Qi frowned and glared at him. What about Snow Lunar Pavilion? If the emperor takes his anger out on Snow Lunar Pavilion, it'll be a disaster. Chu Li laughed. Don't worry, it's not that serious. I've already revealed my identity as a disciple of heavenly demonic sect. The emperor knows that. He chased after me, but was defeated by heavenly demonic sect. What if he takes his anger out on me? Shao Qi scoffed. Shao Shi said, "What are you up to this time?" Chu Li smiled without saying a word. Shao Qi took a deep breath. Her chest rose and fell violently, attracting Chu Li's attention. Shao Shi chuckled. "Are you two going to fight?" Chu Li shook his head helplessly. He did not want to say much, but they wanted to know. He had to say it eventually, so he answered, "Don't worry. No matter how angry the Emperor is, he won't take his anger out on Snow Lunar Pavilion. I've already diverted his attention to heavenly demonic sect. He won't. There's another reason, right?" Shao Qi scoffed. Chu Li said, "Do you know that Senior Shun had a lover?" Shao Qi frowned at him and nodded slowly. Shun Yinghu, who was both his aunt and master, had always been depressed. She was obviously sad. She did not know who Shun Yinghu's lover was. No one in Snow Lunar Pavilion mentioned this person. It was as if they were afraid of making Shun Yinghu sad, so no one mentioned it. Her mind had always been focused on the regal sword scripture, so she didn't pay much attention to it. She didn't dare to mention it in front of Shun Yinghu to prevent her from being even sadder. Shao Shi asked, "Chu Li, you know about it?" "I have a guess, and it's not far from the truth," Chu Li said. Shao Shi was surprised. Could it be the Emperor? Shao Qi frowned and shook her head. "No." Chu Li chuckled. "Why not? When His Majesty was young, he must have been very handsome and attractive to women. When he roamed the Wulin world, his martial arts were also very strong. Is it strange that Elder Shun is attracted to him?" Shun Yinghu once said that the man she loved was dead. Chu Li initially thought it was true, but after a few interactions, he found out the truth. Women are the best liars. Sometimes they even deceive themselves. "Impossible." Shao Qi shook her head. Shao Shi said, "Little sister, it's not impossible." Chu Li grinned and said, "It's not appropriate for us to discuss the private affairs of our elders." Shao Qi frowned at him and scoffed. "Are you sure?" Chu Li smiled and nodded. Shao Shi chuckled. "That's interesting. No wonder she's always in a daze and often looks towards the direction of the Imperial House. The next time we enter the Imperial House, I'll bring Elder Shin there and we'll know." Chu Li smiled. "Don't mess around," Shao Qi hurriedly said. No one knew what would happen if things got out of hand, given Little Ant's temper. "Chu Li, you're really bad." Shao Shi pointed at him. Chu Li said, "But this isn't over. We need to hurry back to the fairy's capital. King An's imperial residence needs to be stabilized. Second lady, you should hurry back." "Okay." Shao Shi stretched her body, revealing her graceful curves. She smiled. "Without King An, it feels like King An's imperial residence has become my home. It's completely different." Chu Li said, "From now on, it will be second lady's home." "Sigh, it's a little boring for him to die just like that." Shao Shi shook her head. "We can torture him slowly." Chu Li shook his head. "A long night is fraught with dreams." "All right, I'll leave tomorrow. You should hurry back too." Shao Shi said. Chu Li nodded. Shao Shi glanced at the two of them with a faint smile. She shook her head and left. Shao Qi blushed under her stare. Chu Li chuckled. He grabbed her waist and disappeared in a flash. They returned to her bedroom. Chu Li and Shao Qi rode their horses and traveled along the official road. After leaving adjacent town, they traveled for more than 100 miles. In the evening, the two of them entered a big city. The city was bustling with activity and traffic was endless. The two of them led their horses to an inn. Then they found a restaurant and found a seat by the window. They looked at the scenery outside through the window, and the noise of the city hit them in the face. The lanterns were already lit. They sat on the third floor. There were many customers on the third floor. It was very lively. Chu Li took a sip of the fine wine and sighed comfortably. Now, he was crippled of his martial arts. His heavenly demonic power was completely covered by the life and death scripture. It was as if he had lost his heavenly demonic power. There was no trace of the heavenly demonic power on him. He looked like an ordinary person. Sigh, this is so frustrating. Someone put down his glass and sighed loudly. Tell me, Du Feng in the south and Chu Li in the north. I heard that Chu Li has been forced by the emperor to guard the imperial mausoleum. Du Feng killed a prince and is being hunted by the emperor. The young masters of the Ji dynasty's martial arts world have all been destroyed. Lower your voice. Lower my asterisk SS. It's the truth. Why can't I say it? Don't cause trouble. If you speak up for Du Feng at a time like this, you'll be colluding with the enemy and getting yourself into trouble. Did I say something wrong? Chu Li is so lucky. His martial arts was crippled, but he got a beauty. That's the public house's third lady. I heard that she's as beautiful as a fairy. It's rare in the world. Are you envious? Which man wouldn't be envious? His martial arts was crippled, but he still stayed by her side. This kind of woman is rare. If I can meet such a beautiful woman, I can die without regrets. Everyone is envious and jealous. Chu Li's luck is really good. Compared to him, Du Feng is far behind. But I admire his guts. He really dared to kill a prince. I heard that king and has a good reputation. It's only about gratitude and grudges. There's no right or wrong. The emperor is too much. As a prince, he was killed, and now he's being hunted by the world. It's so embarrassing. I think the imperial family is getting worse with each generation. Shut up. A shout was heard. The two middle-aged men in black slammed the table and shouted. The one who spoke first was a burly young man. He had a round face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. He looked a little arrogant. Seeing that they were so rude, he rolled his eyes. Who are you and what do you want? We're protectors from the secret guardian's hall. The two middle-aged men in black said. We suspect that you're colluding with Du Feng. Oomph. I don't even know Du Feng. Can't I say something fair? Whether you know Du Feng or not, we'll know after we interrogate him. Let's go. The two middle-aged men in black said coldly. We don't have to do anything, right? I'm not leaving. The burly young man roared. The secret guardian's hall is too controlling. Chapter 1102. Chu Li frowned and shook his head. Since when did the secret guardian's hall become like this? How could they arrest someone just because of few words? They must be crazy. Did Gu Yu turn the secret guardian's hall into this after he took over? Shao Qi sneered. The two middle-aged men in black heard Shao Qi sneer and turned to look at her with unfriendly eyes. They looked at Shao Qi's face. Shao Qi temporarily took off her white veil because she was eating, revealing her beautiful face. Coupled with her cold temperament, she was like an otherworldly fairy. She was so radiant that most people would look away as soon as they saw her. They did not dare to look at her anymore, as if looking at her any longer would be blasphemy. The two middle-aged men in black looked at her face impudently and finally said coldly, Lady, do you have any objections? Shao Qi said, The secret guardian's hall is too overbearing. I only complained a few words. Why did you have to arrest someone? The secret guardian's hall doesn't need to explain to others when we arrest people. We arrest them whenever we want. One of the middle-aged men in black said, I think you're in cahoots with that guy, right? Shao Qi squinted her bright eyes and said, Oh, then come with us. The other middle-aged man in black was as burly as a bear. He stared at Shao Qi with greedy eyes. Both of them did not look at Chu Li because he was looking at the scenery outside and did not turn around. Moreover, he did not have any aura on him. It was obvious that he did not practice martial arts, so he did not attract their attention. Shao Qi said, What if I don't go? That's not up to you, lady. The other thin, middle-aged man in black smiled and shook his head. There's no one in the secret guardian's hall that can't be invited. Lady, do you want us to invite you by force? If we fight, even if you can escape, we'll issue a wanted notice. I'm sure you won't be able to go far. Shao Qi said, Has the secret guardian's hall always been this overbearing? Of course. The two of them said proudly. Chu Li turned his head and glanced at them. Since when did the secret guardian's hall become like this? Are you new to the secret guardian's hall? He had seen almost all the protectors in the secret guardian's hall, but he did not see the two of them. The two of them glanced at Chu Li and rolled their eyes. How arrogant. Are you a secret guardian too? Chu Li took out a token and tossed it over. The two of them took a look and their expressions changed. They recognized that this was the token of a centurion. Even if the centurion was not their direct superior, he still had the authority to mobilize their help. If they disobeyed, they would definitely suffer. Centurion Chu? The burly, middle-aged protector frowned. Could it be Centurion Chu? Chuli nodded. I am Chuli, hee. So, it's Centurion Chu. The two secret guardians looked at each other, and their smiles widened. Chuli sighed and shook his head. Looks like my title as Centurion Chu is a thing of the past. Hee. It's good that Centurion Chu understands. The middle-aged protector, who was as burly as a bear, tossed the badge back to Chu Li with a strange force attached to it. Shout Chi caught the badge with her sword and placed it on the table in front of Chu Li. The two middle-aged secret guardians were even more certain that Chu Li's martial arts had been crippled. The people around them also heard their conversation and looked over in surprise. Chu Li. They widened their eyes at Chu Li. Chu Li of the North and Du Feng of the South were both legendary figures. They only talked about him, but never thought that they would actually meet him. After all, one of them was elusive while the other stayed in Fairy's capital most of the time. Now that they had entered the Imperial Mausoleum, they were both rare figures. Chu Li looked around and nodded with a smile. The burly, middle-aged secret guardian sneered. I heard that Centurion Chu's martial arts has been crippled. Looks like it's true. Chu Li looked at him and squinted his eyes. Yes, my martial arts has been crippled. That's a pity. The burly, middle-aged protector gave a fist salute. We're not on the same path. As a secret guardian, you can't be without martial arts. Otherwise, wouldn't you be occupying a position and not doing anything? Chu Li could not help but laugh. You want me to resign from my position? Hee. It's best that Centurion Chu knows his place. The burly, middle-aged protector gave a fist salute. Shao Qi said coldly, How dare you? The burly, middle-aged secret guardian's face darkened and scoffed. Third Lady Chu, right? Shao Qi stared at him coldly. The burly, middle-aged secret guardian sneered. This isn't the E-Public House. I'm not a protector of the E-Public House. I'm a secret guardian of the Secret Guardians Hall. It's not up to you to order me around. Chu Li could not help but laugh. This is interesting. The secret guardians of the Secret Guardians Hall are getting stronger. Shao Qi turned to look at him. Do you want to teach him a lesson? Of course. Chu Li nodded. Shao Qi drew her sword without hesitation. The sword flashed and disappeared. The burly middle-aged man held his wrist. He was shocked and angry. You, how dare you? Chu Li said, if you don't leave, then have a taste of what it feels like to have your martial arts crippled. I believe that even if I, as Centurion, have lost my martial arts, it's not a crime to cripple you, right? Chu Li, you're too arrogant. The skinny middle-aged secret guardian shouted. Chu Li squinted his eyes and looked at him. He realized that once his martial arts was crippled, it seemed like his reputation was useless. Not only that, but he also became a target for others to trample on. After all, he used to be in the limelight. This was human nature. The people around them watched with interest. They wanted to see how Chu Li would deal with it. Chu Li said, Do you want to have a taste of having your martial arts crippled too? You can only rely on the power of a woman. You're not the Chu Li from before. The skinny middle-aged secret guardian said coldly. If you dare to cripple me, don't blame the Secret Guardians Hall for being merciless. Chu Li laughed. Merciless? That's great. I want to see how you're going to be merciless. He gave Shao Qi a look after he said that. Shao Qi's sword flashed and instantly pierced the dantian of the two men. The people around them could almost hear the sound of air being released. It was like the sound of a rubber ball being pierced. You. The two secret guardians widened their eyes in disbelief. Chu Li smiled. Now you know how it feels to lose your martial arts, right? Get lost. Chu Li, just wait for the Secret Guardians Hall's revenge. The two men roared and turned to leave. Their footsteps were unstable and weak. Bam, 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 bam. The two men suddenly rolled down the stairs. Someone kicked their butts, and they rolled down the stairs like rolling gourds. After falling to the ground, the two men had a few broken bones. The stairs were not short. Fortunately, although their martial arts were crippled, their bones were still stronger than ordinary people. Otherwise, they would have been seriously injured. Everyone laughed. They were extremely happy. Chief Chu, good job. Someone gave him a thumbs up and said enthusiastically, good job. These arrogant people should be taught a lesson. Chu Li gave a fist salute and smiled. Shao Qi nodded and did not say anything. Chapter 1103. She had a beautiful appearance, a beautiful heart, a young lady of the house of High Duke's public house, a master of martial arts, and an affectionate and loyal woman. All these virtues were embodied in a woman's body. A woman like her really made them admire her. However, Xiaoqi's gaze was calm and unmoved. She ignored everyone's gaze and only looked at Chu Li. She sheathed her sword and held the wine pot with both hands. She poured Chu Li another cup of wine. Don't let such despicable people ruin your mood. Unavoidable. Chu Li lifted his glass and took a sip. He shook his head and smiled. Then he turned to the people around him and said, "Everyone, let's go back to our own business. However, I would like to advise this dear friend to refrain from talking about Du Feng. After all, he's in the limelight now. Don't talk too much about him." "Thank you, Chief Chu." The burly man cupped his fists and said embarrassedly, "That's my temper. I can't keep anything to myself. If I want to say something, I will say it." Chu Li said, "This is a critical period. The emperor is suffering from the pain of losing his son, so he's in a rage. His subordinates are in a difficult position too, so it's inevitable that they'll act impetuously. Sometimes, they'll become scapegoats if they're not careful, so it's better to be more cautious. If that's the case, then I'd rather die," the burly man said in a deep voice. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. "That's true. Everyone has their own way of living. I won't advise you any further. Please." He gestured with his glass and took a sip. The burly man did not refute him. He raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. Then, he gestured to Xiaoqi and sat down. Someone raised his voice and asked, "Chief Chu, didn't you go to the Imperial Mausoleum? Why are you here?" Chu Li smiled. "I've been ordered to return to Fairy's capital and leave the Imperial Mausoleum." "Ah, this is a joyous occasion, worthy of celebration." Chu Li waved his hand and smiled. "There's nothing to be happy about. The Imperial Mausoleum has its own merits. It's pure and quiet. The Fairy's capital has its own merits. It's prosperous and lively. However, the Imperial Mausoleum is too quiet while the Fairy's capital is too noisy." "Ah, Chief Chu's words are too touching." Someone laughed. "We want to go to Fairy's capital, but we can't." Chu Li smiled. "Fairy's capital is a place of trouble. It's better not to go." "If I want to go to God's capital, can I get a foothold?" Someone stood up and asked. Chu Li glanced at him and shook his head. "If you haven't reached the Grand Master's boundary, it'll be hard to stand firm in Fairy's capital. It's better to stay at home." That person, shook his head and sat down. Chu Li gestured to the crowd and turned back to look at the window again. It was obvious that he did not want to say anything more. Everyone tactfully stopped bothering him, but they looked at him with pity. The world's top young expert was now a cripple, and he was humiliated by the people he used to order around. In such a situation, he was still able to laugh. It could be said that he had extraordinary courage. Unfortunately, no matter how much courage he had, it was useless without martial arts. The Secret Guardian's Hall was used to being tyrannical, so they would definitely not tolerate a Secret Guardian being crippled. Even if he still had his Centurion position, it would be useless. However, there were also people who said that when he left Fairy's capital back then, the Emperor had stripped him of his Centurion position. It seemed that the rumor was true. Otherwise, the Secret Guardians of the Secret Guardians Hall would not be like this, right? Chu Li knew what they were thinking, but he was too lazy to care. Nonetheless, he knew that the Secret Guardians Hall would not let it go so easily. This new deputy commander, Gu, did not want him to return to Fairy's capital. Gu Yu was not a broad-minded person, so he might not think highly of Chu Li. He only wanted to vent his anger, so he asked the Secret Guardians to cause trouble and even secretly trip him up. If there were no accidents, Chu Li and Xiaoqi's whereabouts would soon be known by the world. Xiaoqi said, "Now that our whereabouts have been exposed, I'm afraid we won't have peaceful days." Chu Li smiled. "Your regal sword scripture has improved greatly. Don't you want to use it?" "That's true." Xiaoqi nodded. She realized that after going through thick and thin with Chu Li, not only did her regal sword scripture not get crippled, but it also became more refined. She did not know how her state of mind was, but her cultivation level had improved by leaps and bounds. It was twice as good as before. She found it hard to believe that it could improve so much. She was also a little tempted to try her sword. Chu Li said, "Go ahead and kill." "All right." Xiao Qi nodded. "You have other intentions, don't you?" She was the most familiar with Chu Li, so she knew his habits. He always did things with a purpose, so it was normal for him to kill two birds with one stone. Chu Li said, "I'm just clearing my suspicion." The Ji dynasty's emperor, Lung Wufeng, would definitely think that Chu Li's disguise as Du Feng was heavily injured. Chu Li's unscathed appearance had more or less eliminated Lung Wufeng's suspicions. If Lung Wufeng suspected him, he would probably attack without any evidence. If Chu Li killed his way here, Lung Wufeng would not think about anything else and would not suspect him. The two left the big city the next day and continued to travel along the main road. In the evening, they missed their lodging, so they made a bonfire in the forest and ate their rations while they warmed themselves. It was early winter, so the forest was chilly. Chu Li had completely lost his martial arts. Although it was not particularly cold, he still wrapped himself in a fur coat to avoid suspicion. On the other hand, Xiao Qi was still dressed in a white tunic, so she was not affected by the cold and heat. The two sat side by side, next to the bonfire. Xiao Qi was shy and reserved, so she usually kept her distance from Chu Li. It was only when no one else was around that she could not help but lean against Chu Li. When their shoulders touched, they could feel the sweetness and tenderness. Chu Li smiled. "You're finally here." Xiao Qi frowned and looked around. She was annoyed that these people were not being tactful, so she asked softly, "How many of them?" "4," Chu Li replied. "Grandmasters." Xiao Qi nodded. "I'll go with you." "Sure." Chu Li smiled. Xiao Qi saw a flash before her eyes as she disappeared from the bonfire and appeared in front of the 4 black-robed elders. The 4 black-robed elders stopped abruptly and looked at Chu Li and Xiao Qi hesitantly. Chu Li said, "You're from the Secret Guardian's Hall, aren't you? Why are you in such a hurry?" "We've been ordered to bring you back, Chief Chu." The 4 black-robed elders had met Chu Li before, so they answered. Chu Li shook his head. "I won't go back. Go and tell Guyu not to be so petty and use public resources for private purposes. Commander Gu has ordered to remove you from your position as a centurion. From today onwards, you're no longer a member of the Secret Guardian's Hall, let alone a centurion." The 4 of them snorted and pounced on him. Clang! Their swords were unsheathed and flashed. The 4 black-robed elders were flustered and kept retreating. By the time Xiao Qi sheathed her sword, they had already retreated more than 100 feet. Their faces were gloomy as their arms and shoulders were cut and could no longer use their martial arts. Chu Li waved his hand. "I'll spare you today because we're all from the Secret Guardian's Hall. The next time you make a move, I'll cripple your martial arts." They gloomily gave him a fist salute and fluttered away. Xiao Qi asked, "Should I cripple them?" "There's no need for these 4. If they come again, I'll cripple them," Chu Li said. His original intention was to cripple the 4 of them, but seeing that Xiao Qi was not ruthless, he did not want to say anything else lest Xiao Qi was unhappy. In the following days, they were hunted down. Xiao Qi's sword flashed like lightning and was extremely fast. With the help of Chu Li's god's limbs, it looked like Xiao Qi was protecting Chu Li, but in fact, Chu Li was the one carrying her during critical moments. Coupled with her regal sword scripture, she was truly invincible. Chapter 1104. P.S. Update complete. Her reputation spread faster than they could travel. It was as if she had spread her name before them. It was strange and unpredictable. As Xiao Qi killed her way through, more than 50 martial arts masters were killed by her sword. Chu Li had offended too many people in the martial arts world, especially with Xiao Qi around. The public house was so powerful that many martial arts masters could not even breathe. Now that they had the chance to kill Chu Li and Xiao Qi, they could not wait. They either contacted others or fought alone. Xiao Qi did not stay idle, as she had a new opponent every day. In the beginning, Xiao Qi was lenient and did not cripple their martial arts. Chu Li gave her some advice, and she realized that she could not kill them all. If she continued to be lenient, it would only make more people come out. Hence, she became ruthless and crippled their martial arts or broke their limbs. She was merciless. She wielded a treasure sword, and her sword was extremely fast. With the help of Chu Li's god's limbs, she was invincible and did not meet any opponents. When there were people with stronger inner energy than Xiao Qi, Chu Li secretly channeled his inner energy to help her. When there were people with high swordsmanship and fast speed, Chu Li used God's limbs to move Xiao Qi. Their combined attack was extremely powerful. In the evening, a mile away from the southern gate of Fairy's capital, a group of strong protectors occupied one side of the road. Bystanders could not get close to the parting pavilion. In the parting pavilion, the evening breeze was gentle. Prince Bao and Prince Kong were sitting by the stone table and sipping the tea brought by the scribes. About 100 guards surrounded the gazebo. Not even a fly could get in. They looked around like tigers watching their prey and were always on guard. If Kingen could be slaughtered, who else could not die? Recently, the imperial family was worried, so the protectors were much tighter. The two sipped their tea and chatted. I wonder how young Chu is doing now. It's not a good feeling to have his martial arts crippled. I don't think so. After all, he has a beauty in his arms. Prince Bao shook his head. It's a blessing in disguise. He married third Lady Xiao. Young Chu is really blessed. This third Miss Xiao is not a pushover either. I heard that she killed her way here and earned the title of White Sword Fairy. Prince Kong shook his head and smiled. I didn't expect third Miss Xiao's martial arts to be so powerful. Third Lady Xiao, Prince Bao sighed. She is indeed a rare and extraordinary woman. Only such an extraordinary woman is worthy of little Chu. That's true, Prince Kong said with a smile. It wasn't easy to transfer little Chu back this time. I just don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. He was worried about Chu Li's situation. Chu Li was famous in Fairy's capital, but this was all built on the foundation of Chu Li's extraordinary martial arts. Now that Chu Li's martial arts had been crippled, he was like a phoenix that had lost its feathers. He would probably be oppressed by the crowd. Even if Xiao Qi's martial arts were powerful, she could not be compared to Chu Li in the past. It would be difficult for her to turn the tide. Moreover, King An's imperial residence was now without a leader. Once King An died, King An's imperial residence was destined to decline and lose its deterrence. This would allow some people with ulterior motives to attack without restraint. Chu Li's situation would not be too good. It's fine. Prince Bao shook his head. Everyone thinks that little Chu's great reputation is because of his martial arts, but they don't know that his wisdom is also amazing. No matter how amazing his wisdom is, I'm afraid he won't be able to resist assassins. Prince Kong sighed. He could predict that once Chu Li returned to King An's imperial residence, assassins would immediately surge in King An's imperial residence. Too many people wanted to take his life. Prince Bao smiled. You underestimate little Chu. Let's wait and see. If it doesn't work, we'll send some masters over. Prince Kong nodded. While the two were talking, a young scribe suddenly whispered, Your Royal Highnesses, Chief Chu is here. Let's go and welcome him. Prince Bao smiled. The two passed through the scribes and welcomed Chu Li and Xiao Qi. Chu Li and Xiao Qi returned to King An's imperial residence. Xiao Shi, Song Luiying, and Xuan Yu welcomed them at the entrance. After so many days, King An had already been buried. The atmosphere in the imperial residence was solemn and oppressive. Everyone was anxious as they did not know if King An's imperial residence could still hold on. They wondered if the princesses would return to their parents' homes and King An's imperial residence would be disbanded. Everyone would have to leave. Even if King An's imperial residence was still around, without King An, the emperor would no longer value it and its status would be far inferior. It might not even be comparable to an imperial residence of an imperial prince. Chu Li's arrival lifted their spirits. However, when they remembered that Chu Li's martial arts had been crippled and he no longer had any abilities, their hearts sank again. As soon as Chu Li entered the imperial residence, before he could even sit down to rest, he heard a shout coming from outside. Chief Chu Li of King An's imperial residence received the imperial edict. Chu Li quickly went to the main door and gave a fist salute to the two black-clothed imperial house protectors standing at the bottom of the stairs. Chu Li of King An's imperial residence received the imperial edict. The lantern was bright enough to illuminate the two black-clothed imperial house protectors. Tell Chu Li to enter the palace immediately. Madame Xiao will follow him. The two black-clothed imperial house protectors' fists saluted and smiled. Chief Chu Li, follow us into the palace. It's best if you leave immediately. The emperor is waiting for you. Chu Li slowly replied, All right. Sirs, please wait for a moment. Let me change my clothes. It's best if you hurry up. We can't let the emperor wait for too long. The two imperial house protectors nodded. Xiao Qi was pacing in Chu Li's courtyard. She was anxious when she heard the imperial edict. When she saw Chu Li enter, she quickly went to greet him. Chu Li shook his head. You don't have to say anything. Xiao Qi frowned. Is the emperor suspicious of you? Chu Li smiled. I don't think so. Xiao Qi sighed in relief. I'm just worried that he might sense something. You have to be careful. She did not know how powerful an enlightened master was, but she knew that they must be unfathomable. She did not know what they were capable of. Chu Li nodded. Just pretend that you don't know anything. Xiao Qi pursed her lips and nodded. The two of them changed into new clothes and followed the imperial house protectors into the imperial house. Xiao Qi followed a chamberlain to the empress, while Chu Li followed another chamberlain to Chongwen Hall. Chongwen Hall was brightly lit. The imperial desk was filled with memorials to the throne. Lung Wufeng, who was dressed in a bright yellow robe, was sitting on the throne. His face was pale as he read the memorials with a gloomy expression. He frowned from time to time and looked impatient. Then, he threw the memorials to the side as he was so angry that he did not want to read them anymore. After a long time, he picked up the memorial again and read it. He wrote a few words with the red brush and threw it to the side with resentment. Your Majesty, Chu Li is here. An old chamberlain with a white beard and eyebrows entered Chongwen Hall and reported. Oh, Lung Wufeng pushed the memorials away and looked interested. Let him in. Yes. The old chamberlain quickly brought Chu Li into the hall. Chu Li gave a fist salute as soon as he entered the hall. Greetings, Your Majesty. Lung Wufeng did not have the imposing manner of an enlightened master at all. Instead, he looked like an old man who did not know martial arts. However, his eyes were bright and he looked dignified. It was an enlightened master who was deliberately restraining himself. Lung Wufeng sized Chu Li up and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, your martial arts have been crippled. You're really foolish. Chu Li smiled without saying a word. He wanted to run away as the warning signs in his heart kept reminding him to stay away. However, Chu Li's expression did not change at all. Lung Wufeng said, King An's imperial residence is now tied to you. What should you do? Have you not recovered your martial arts after such a long time? Chapter 1105. Chu Li shook his head. Without the emperor's decree, I don't want to recover my martial arts. You're quite ambitious. Lung Wufeng hid his hands in his sleeves and sized him up. You're afraid that I'll order you into the inner mausoleum, aren't you? Yes. Chu Li nodded. I want to return to Fairy's capital. Lung Wufeng shook his head and laughed. He paced back and forth in the basilica and turned to look at Chu Li from time to time. Chu Li looked at him calmly. Lung Wufeng suddenly stopped and asked, I heard that you and King An are like fire and water. Chu Li replied, King An tried everything he could to get rid of me. You must be furious, right? Lung Wufeng asked. You think he's narrow-minded and intolerant, right? Chu Li answered, Yes. And then? Lung Wufeng asked, How did you deal with King An? I secretly crippled his martial arts. Chu Li answered honestly, so that he would behave himself and not harm me. Lung Wufeng frowned and scoffed. How dare you? Chu Li asked, Your Majesty, do you think I should just wait for my death? That's true. You're considered a god's favored one, so you must look down on King An deep down, right? Lung Wufeng said indifferently. Chu Li could not see his expression. Chu Li said, "That's right. He really can't be assisted. He's useless." Lung Wufeng asked, "Why did you kill him then?" Chu Li was stunned. "Killed Kingen?" Lung Wufeng nodded slowly. "Chu Li, I know you killed King," and Chu Li shook his head. "Your Majesty, you've wronged me. Why would I kill him? If I don't want to see him, I can just cripple him." "You can't cripple him now," Lung Wufeng said. Chu Li smiled. "Your Majesty, what you said is interesting. Since I can kill him, of course I can cripple him too, but if I can't, how can I kill him?" Interesting indeed. Lung Wufeng could not help but laugh and extended his hand. Chu Li felt a strong force pulling him up and into Lung Wufeng's hand. Chu Li did not know any martial arts, so of course he could not resist. He could only let him grab his arm and touch his wrist. A clear and cold aura instantly drilled into his body, circling around his internal organs, dantian, and meridians. Everything in his body seemed to be clearly seen. Although an enlightened master did not have a divine power like the omniscient mirror, it was not difficult for Lung Wufeng to see through Lung Wufeng's body with his inner energy. Chu Li's heart tightened. He did not know if the life and death scripture could be concealed. Through the life and death scripture, he had hidden all his martial arts. Now his entire body was empty, no different from a person who had his martial arts crippled. Lung Wufeng looked at him with a frown and shook his head. "No wonder you have such a reputation. You're truly gifted and rare." He saw that Chu Li's physique was shockingly high. His meridians were wide and thick, even more so than a grandmaster's. His muscles were tight, and it was obvious that he had a body full of extraordinary strength. He could be considered to be born with extraordinary strength. Meridians existed in the body and relied more on inner energy. Ordinary people's meridians were not wide, and it was vital energy that circulated, which could not change the meridians. Inner energy, on the other hand, could expand and thicken the meridians. However, once inner energy disappeared, the wide meridians would slowly degenerate and return to the level before he learned martial arts. Since Chu Li had been crippled of his martial arts for so long, theoretically, his meridians should have recovered to the level before he learned martial arts. Now that his meridians were wider than a grandmaster's, it could only mean that he was born with such a wide meridians. This would save him a lot of effort and energy, and his cultivation would progress at an unbelievable speed. He suddenly understood why Chu Li had risen so quickly. It was obviously because of his amazing talent. Lung Wufeng looked at Chu Li and shook his head. Chu Li's aptitude was indeed enviable. Lung Wufeng could not even compare to him. Back then, it took him a lot of effort to become a grandmaster. "I was lucky enough to eat a strange fruit, but I still don't know what it is." Chu Li secretly sighed in relief. It seemed like the emperor did not notice his life and death scripture. The life and death scripture was indeed mysterious and worth cultivating. Unfortunately, he still did not know the cultivation method of the life and death scripture. "Oh," Lung Wufeng smiled. It was no wonder he had such aptitude. He asked, "Do you know Dufeng?" As he spoke, his body suddenly emitted an endless force that pressed down on Chu Li as if it was real. Chu Li's face instantly turned red. He dared not channel his inner energy, nor did he dare to circulate the void in his mind. He could only endure it, as he felt like Lung Wufeng was going to kill him. It was true that he was important, but if Lung Wufeng suspected him, he would kill him without holding back at all. After all, his status and identity were useless in front of Lung Wufeng. Facing someone like Lung Wufeng, only powerful martial arts and becoming an enlightened master could make him hesitate. Chu Li's endless desire to become an enlightened master was born again. He decided to become an enlightened master as soon as possible so that he could teach this fellow a lesson. Lung Wufeng stared at his eyes indifferently, as if he was waiting to see how Chu Li would react. Even though Chu Li cursed him in his heart and wanted to slap him, he could only frown and bear with it. He dared not use any other methods. His vision darkened. However, Lung Wufeng had no intention of stopping and only watched him indifferently. He had a feeling that there was something wrong with Chu Li. Even if he was not his son's murderer, He must be hiding something. Lung Wufeng wanted to know what he was hiding. Of course, I know Du Feng. Chu Li gritted his teeth. Lung Wufeng asked, what do you think of this person? Chu Li felt an increasingly powerful force surging toward him, as if it was going to crush him into pieces. He gritted his teeth and asked, Your Majesty, are you going to kill me? You killed King An, didn't you? Lung Wufeng asked. Chu Li sneered. I wanted to kill him, but he's your son, Your Majesty. I can only cripple him, but not kill him. This time, I'm powerless, or I would have crippled him again. You didn't kill him? Lung Wufeng asked. He would not believe everything anyone said. He believed 70% of it and 30% of it, but he did not think that Chu Li was lying. Chu Li scoffed. I didn't. Lung Wufeng said, It doesn't matter. You're going to die anyway. Chu Li frowned. Why do you want to kill me? I'm fulfilling King An's wish. You're going to become his inner demon soon, so he has to kill you. He couldn't fulfill his wish when he was alive, so as his father, I'm helping him. Lung Wufeng said. Chu Li looked lost, as if he was about to pass out. In this state, one's willpower was at its weakest, and one's mind was no longer clear. Thus, one would speak their mind. Chu Li swayed and sneered. So, there's a reason why King An is so narrow-minded. Lung Wufeng frowned. Are you saying that I'm narrow-minded? Who's King An? Even when he makes things difficult for me, I still do my best for the imperial residents. I've done my best as a subordinate, but he still wants to kill me. Chu Li's expression was blank, but his lips curled into a sneer. A royal highness like this still wants to fight for the throne. What joke? Everyone wants to fight for the throne, Lung Wufeng said. Chapter 1106. Lung Wufeng stared at him with a frown. Chu Li sneered blankly. King An is so muddle-headed. He's nothing to worry about. Why would I go and kill him? I'm not that stupid to exchange my life for his. You really didn't kill him, said Lung Wufeng. Chu Li sneered without saying a word. Lung Wufeng withdrew his aura. As soon as Chu Li's body relaxed, he started sweating profusely. In the blink of an eye, his white robe was drenched. Previously, he had been forced to the point where he couldn't even sweat. Now that the pressure had receded, sweat rushed out of his body. It was as if he had just been fished out of water. Chu Li regained his clarity and frowned at Lung Wufeng. Lung Wufeng crossed his arms and looked at Ouyangming. Looks like you're displeased with me. Chu Li scoffed. I wouldn't dare. He knew that he shouldn't pretend to be too submissive, because being submissive would only lead to greater dissatisfaction, and being straightforward would instead be more believable. Lung Wufeng could not help but laugh. You're young and full of vigor, just like me when I was young. What a great time. Forget it. Since King An is dead, the imperial residents of King An will not have an easy time in the future. A man is the backbone of a family. Chu Li said, King An is dead, and I'm in such a state. Has King An's imperial residence become a pushover in the eyes of others? I'm just afraid that the other royal highnesses will take the opportunity to bully us. I believe the emperor will stand up for King An's imperial residence. I won't participate in these matters. Lung Wufeng said, I'll warn them not to provoke King An's imperial residence. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chu Li fist saluted. Lung Wufeng remarked, It's rare for you to be so loyal. Chu Li shook his head and remained silent. Lung Wufeng pondered and said, King An's imperial residence needs someone to support it now. I heard that Shao Qi's martial art is amazing, and she's known as the White Sword Fairy. Chu Li replied, Yes. Lung Wufeng smiled. With her help, I'm sure you'll be able to support the imperial residence. Chu Li gave a fist salute. The emperor should have some spirit pills like the reversal pill that can help me recover my martial arts quickly, right? Why? Do you want to recover your martial arts? Lung Wufeng frowned. Chu Li smiled. This kind of spirit pill might be precious to others, but it's nothing to the emperor, right? Even King An could get his hands on it back then. You're quite shameless. Lung Wufeng was surprised. He had never seen anyone ask for benefits from him face to face. Chu Li sure had guts. Chu Li said, I'm not doing this for myself. I'm doing this for the imperial residence. If I can recover my martial arts, I'm sure I can intimidate those who harbor ill intentions towards the imperial residents. Lung Wufeng pondered. After a moment, he slowly shook his head. I don't have such a spirit pill either. Chu Li was in disbelief. If King Yin could get his hands on it, and the Holy Church of Light also had the miracle cure pill, no one would believe that the dignified emperor of the Ji dynasty did not have such a spirit medicine. Lung Wufeng said, but you don't have to rush to recover your martial arts. Take your time. Nothing will happen to King An's imperial residence in Fairy's capital. Chu Li frowned and looked at him. He nodded and said, if that's the case, I should resign from my position as the Centurion of the Secret Guardians Hall. I don't have any martial arts skills, so I really don't have the ability to work in the Secret Guardians Hall. Moreover, the imperial residence is busy, so I don't have the energy. Sure, Lung Wufeng responded. Chu Li fist saluted. I'll take my leave then. As a rank 1, he should be calling himself a subject, but he had always been resistant and did not want to be called a subject. Lung Wufeng waved his hand. Chu Li exited Chongwen Hall. A servant stood outside and led him out of the imperial house to the Vermilion Gate. The imperial house was brightly lit, but Chu Li felt cold and desolate. He sighed. It was lonely at the top, and being the emperor might not be comfortable. Instead, he had to bear great pressure as a loner. The emperor, Lung Wufeng's attitude was rather strange. He did not seem to like Chu Li. Perhaps it was an instinctive hatred. Even if the emperor did not know that Chu Li was the enemy who killed his son, he could still sense it. Moreover, Chu Li was also hostile toward Lung Wufeng, so Lung Wufeng should have sensed it too. The two of them could not see eye to eye. He waited outside the imperial house for a while before Xiao Qi fluttered out. She wore a snow-white gown, and her face was as white as jade. Chu Li walked out side by side with her. Why did the emperor summon you? Xiao Qi could not help but ask. The empress asked about the imperial mausoleum, but it seems like she didn't suspect anything. Chu Li shook his head. He's a paranoid person, so he must have some doubts. Fortunately, I managed to fool him. If it were not for the heavenly demon statue, which strengthened his soul, he might not have been able to resist Lung Wufeng's enlightened master's power. His willpower might have weakened, and he might have confessed everything. Now that he thought about it, it was a close call. Xiao Qi asked, did you really fool him? Chu Li nodded. But he doesn't like me either. I've lost the emperor's favor, so I won't be able to get any help from him in the future. King An's imperial residence? Xiao Qi frowned. She understood what Chu Li meant. Life in King An's imperial residence would not be easy. Chu Li said, it's okay. It's the imperial residence after all. Xiao Qi nodded. The two of them returned to King An's imperial residence. When they arrived at Tianshu courtyard, Xiao Shi was waiting anxiously. She was relieved to see them return safely. The next morning, Chu Li was practicing his swordsmanship in his courtyard. He was practicing the less ultimate sword. He planned to incorporate the less ultimate sword into the 7 forms of godly sword. Now that the 7 forms of godly sword had been integrated with the Cloud slashing sword technique and a few other sword techniques, its power was getting stronger. If he could incorporate the less ultimate sword, it would be even more powerful. All of a sudden, footsteps were heard from outside. Chief Zhu, the external residence chief, hurried over. Head Chief, there are 2 secret guardians from the Secret Guardians Hall outside, asking to see you. Bring them into the main hall. Chu Li ordered as he put down his sword. Yes. Chief Zhu left in a hurry. Chu Li shook his head. The people in the imperial residence were restless, and they had lost their sense of propriety. Anxiety was written all over their faces, and Chief Zhu was no exception. After all, King An was the sky of King An's imperial residence. They usually did not feel it, and it would be the same even if he was not in the residence. Now that he had suddenly passed away, they felt like the sky had collapsed. Chu Li slowly walked into the main hall and saw 2 young secret guardians drinking tea in the main hall with gloomy expressions. After Chu Li entered the main hall, the 2 did not get up. They sat on the armchairs and stared at him coldly. Chu Li glanced at them and knew what they were thinking. They were purposely looking for trouble. He took out a badge from his inner pocket and tossed it on the table. "You're here to collect this, aren't you?" The two looked at each other helplessly. Centurion Chu was too shrewd. He did not give him a chance to make a fuss and threw this at them directly. "That's right." The two closed fists saluted and said, "We've been ordered to retrieve the Centurion's badge." Chu Li nodded. "If that's the case, please go ahead. Chief Chu, from now on, you're not allowed to use your identity as a Centurion of the Secret Guardians Hall," one of the young Secret Guardians said. "Otherwise, the Secret Guardians Hall will not let you off lightly." Chu Li smiled. "How can I not let him off lightly?" Chapter 1107. Chu Li looked at the two and said, "You're here on Commander Gu's orders to pick a fight, right?" "We don't know what you mean, Chief Chu," the young Secret Guardian said, "but the Secret Guardians Hall is not the old Secret Guardians Hall. Please remember, Chief Chu, don't test the law, lest you make things difficult for us." Chu Li shook his head. "If there's nothing else, please leave. Chief Chu doesn't welcome us." The other round-faced young Secret Guardian smiled. "Are you feeling guilty? Is there something wrong?" Chu Li squinted his eyes and looked at the two. He knew that they were here to pick a fight today. They were determined to disgust him, or they would not be able to explain themselves when they returned. Moreover, they were very excited that they finally found a chance to step on him. They were envious and jealous of him. Now that they had such a chance, they must step on him. "You think that I'm crippled of my martial arts, so you can bully me as you please, right?" Chu Li said lightly. "That's right." The round-faced young Secret Guardian smiled and said, "Chief Chu, you should know that things are different now. You're no longer the mighty Centurion Chu from before. You're just a useless person now, so don't be so arrogant and domineering anymore. Otherwise, the Secret Guardians Hall won't be polite. All right, let's see what you're capable of." Chu Li smiled. His figure flashed, and with two crisp sounds, the two young Secret Guardians were sent flying. Chu Li slapped each of them out of the hall. The two spun out of the hall and landed at the bottom of the stairs outside. They were in a sorry state. The two covered their faces in disbelief and stared at Chu Li. They knew that Chu Li's martial arts was crippled. He had an undeserved reputation, but he did not have his previous strength. Therefore, they were unscrupulous. It did not matter if they scolded Chu Li or even slapped him. He was not a Secret Guardian now. Even the nobles and ministers could not control the Secret Guardians Hall. They could be arrogant in front of Chu Li. They expected Chu Li to make a move. This was also their goal. They wanted to provoke Chu Li to make a move and then take the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Then, they would report to the commander and be rewarded. As for Chu Li, without martial arts, he was like a tiger without claws and teeth. He was not worth mentioning. Chu Li stood on the stairs and looked down at the two of them. He shook his head and said, "Is this what you want? Chu Li, how dare you?" The round-faced young man's face turned red as he scoffed angrily. "We are Secret Guardians." Chu Li smiled. "I'm going to beat you Secret Guardians. Idiots like you. Even if I cripple your martial arts, I'll still take care of you all the same. Chu Li, just you wait. The Secret Guardians Hall will not let this go." Another young Secret Guardian raised his voice and shouted, "Our Secret Guardians Hall is not the same as before. We will never allow anyone to invade us." "Then I'll be waiting," Chu Li said faintly. "Now get lost." The two Secret Guardians got up and turned to leave. They actually did not see clearly how Li's slap came over. His movement was strangely fast, although he did not have internal energy, but he was still not their match. A wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. It's better to report this to the commander. Chu Li looked at their backs with a gloomy face and said in a low voice, "Chief Zhu." "Head Chief." Chief Zhu hurried forward. Chu Li scoffed. "Tell everyone that if anyone from the Secret Guardians Hall comes again, just shut the door and don't let them in." "Yes." Chief Zhu hurriedly nodded, then immediately showed a troubled expression. "But if they force their way in, then just fight back," Chu Li said faintly. "Yes." Chief Zhu hurriedly nodded, showing an excited expression. Then he became slightly worried. "Head Chief, I'm worried that our protectors might not be able to defeat the Secret Guardians Hall. Then we'll have to wait and see, Chu said. Yes. Chief Zhu finally did not say anything else and agreed. Chu put his hands behind his back and walked towards Tianshu courtyard. He was deep in thought as he walked. He had just returned to Fairy's capital, and there were already people who could not wait to jump out and humiliate him. This was really Gu Yu's style, an unscrupulous villain. It seemed that as long as his martial arts did not recover, trouble like this would always be there. Unfortunately, his martial arts was now crippled and could not recover immediately, or else it would arouse the Emperor's suspicion. He needed to do something to show the Emperor. When he arrived at Tianshu courtyard, Xiao Qi and Xiao Shi were both in the courtyard, playing chess by the stone table. When Chu came in, Xiao Shi glanced at him and said faintly, "Why do you look so pale? What's the matter?" Xiao Qi also frowned. "Did you teach the Secret Guardians a lesson?" Chu said, "I think there'll be more trouble. They're quite bold. Aren't they afraid that I'll kill them?" Xiao Shi scoffed. She held a black chess piece and gently placed it down. Chu shook his head. "Times are different now. Don't act rashly. I'll kill them and then go to the palace to complain to the Empress. I'll say that they bullied us orphans and widows." Xiao Shi said faintly. Chu said, "They're looking for trouble with me now. Firstly, it's because of my grudge, and secondly, it's because of your grudge. Back then, you killed 2 Secret Guardians, causing Secret Guardians Hall's status to plummet. Now that Guyu wants to restore Secret Guardians Hall's dignity, he'll definitely seek revenge. This was the sin that was done before, and now it was time to pay back. This Guyu is really a piece of trash." Xiao Shi scoffed. Xiao Qi said, "He's now the Secret Guardians Hall's deputy commander, right?" Chu slowly nodded. "What about the commander?" Xiao Qi asked. "Are you going to let him do as he pleases?" "Commander Fu." Chu smiled. "The Emperor's favor isn't as good as Guyu, so naturally, he won't dare to go against Guyu. It might seem like he's the commander, but he still has to listen to Guyu. The Secret Guardians Hall has always been the Emperor's lackey." "That's troublesome." Xiao Qi frowned. Chu said, "Guyu isn't someone who'll make it. Don't worry about him." He understood Guyu very well. He had great ambitions, but little talent. He thought that he could do something earth-shattering, but he was actually an idiot. He was arrogant, narrow-minded, and could not tolerate others disobeying him. He could conclude that the Secret Guardians Hall would only worsen under Gu Yu's leadership. The Secret Guardians Hall was unlucky to have such a person. Although Fu Mengshan was ruthless, he knew how to do things. He was also very talented, far better than Gu Yu. However, Gu Yu refused to accept it and wanted to win against Fu Qingshan. It was obvious that this time, he was picking a fight with Chu Li, and it was also an opportunity for him to establish his authority. He took the opportunity to bully King An's imperial residence, and to make an example out of the rest of the imperial residences and officials. At this moment, footsteps were heard. Chief Zhu said softly from outside, "Head Chief, Commander Fu of the Secret Guardians Hall, is outside, and he wants to see you." "Commander Fu?" Chu frowned and said in a deep voice, "Please enter the main hall and serve tea." "Yes." Chief Zhu responded and left briskly. Chu frowned and pondered. The omniscient mirror had already seen Fu Mengshan standing outside the imperial residence. 4 imperial residence protectors were staring at him. Chapter 1108. Chu shook his head helplessly. These 4 protectors looked fierce, but it showed that King An's imperial residence was strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. It was time to replace them with gentle protectors. King An's death caused everyone to panic. "Fu Mengshan came to see you?" Xiao Shi frowned. "He's a busy man. Why would he come here? Nothing good will come out of it." Chu said, "Let's go take a look." Xiao Qi asked, "Do you want me to go with you?" Chu shook his head and smiled. "He won't fight me. You guys go ahead, I'll go take a look." The 2 ladies watched him leave. Xiao Shi sighed. "Thank goodness you're back. If I was alone, I wouldn't be able to handle it. There's so many things to do. I can't wait for everyone to come and ask me. I don't dare to make any decisions." King N's death has crushed their spirits. They're all useless. It's inevitable. Xiaoqi nodded and continued with the next move. Chu Li came to the main hall. Fu Mengshan stood up and smiled. He closed fist saluted. Chief Chu, congratulations. Chu Li closed fist saluted with a smile and sat opposite him. He looked at Fu Mengshan. Fu Mengshan did not look well. His eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious that he did not sleep well last night. He looked haggard and worried. Commander, what happened? Chu Li asked as he put down his teacup. Fu Mengshan glanced at the maid outside the main hall. Chu Li waved his hand. The maid left, and only the two of them were left in the main hall. Fu Mengshan sighed. I've been sent to the Imperial Mausoleum. I can accompany Commander Su now. Chu Li was stunned. How is that possible? I had a hunch when the Emperor sent Guyu here. Fu Mengshan shook his head and sighed. I had to give a place to Guyu. The Emperor will only be at ease if the secret Guardian's Hall is in Guyu's hands. Chu Li frowned. Commander, you've worked hard for so many years. Even if you don't have any merits, you've worked hard. How can you enter the Imperial Mausoleum? Sigh. Fu Mengshan shook his head and smiled bitterly. This is the best outcome. I know too much that I shouldn't have. The Emperor is being merciful by not killing me. I knew this day would come, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Chu Li frowned. Is there no chance? No. Fu Mengshan shook his head and said, the Emperor is naturally paranoid. He will never allow anyone to be the commander of the Secret Guardian's Hall for too long, lest he becomes too powerful and loses control. Chu Li nodded slowly. Then what's the reason this time? Because of King N's death. Fu Mengshan sighed and said, we, the Secret Guardians, didn't receive any news at all, and King N was killed right away. The Emperor was furious and initially ordered the Secret Guardian's Hall to capture Du Feng within 10 days. In the end, we couldn't fulfill our wish, so the Emperor took me into custody. Chu Li sneered. Even an enlightened master like him can't capture him, let alone us. If you want to pin a crime on someone, you can always find a pretext. Fu Mengshan smiled bitterly and said, however, I'm already lucky to be alive. Going to the Imperial Mausoleum isn't something to be upset about. I've already thought it through. Chu Li frowned and remained silent. Fu Mengshan smiled and said, young Chu, you just came back from that side. How is Commander Su? It wasn't good in the beginning. Chu Li shook his head and said, it's much better now. If you go there, Commander, you'll have someone to look after you. You'll feel more at ease. Huh? Fu Mengshan suddenly laughed. Looks like the two of us will have to spend the rest of our lives together. Chu Li said, I'll arrange for the protectors of the High Duke's public house to send you there. There will be Imperial House protectors to send me there. Fu Mengshan shook his head. Imperial House protectors? Chu Li frowned. Fu Mengshan sighed and said, I know what you're worried about, but there's nothing we can do about it. We can only leave it to fate. Chu Li slowly nodded, and his desire to become an enlightened master grew stronger. He thought for a while and said in a low voice, did you tell Guyu about our plan, Commander? Fu Mengshan smiled. Do you think I'll tell him? Chu Li sighed and said, what a pity. My identity as a secret guardian has been taken away, and everything we had is now in vain. The Emperor doesn't know about this, right? He doesn't. Fu Mengshan shook his head. Only the three of us know about this. Now that we're all retiring to the Imperial Mausoleum, there's no need for you to do this anymore. Not to mention that you're not doing well. I'm afraid that you'll fall into the hands of your own people in the end. Zhao De was now a branch leader of the Holy Church of Light, and he had a bright future ahead of him. He was just afraid that he would be assassinated by the martial arts world of the Ji dynasty. It would be such a waste if he died in the hands of the Ji dynasty. Moreover, Fu Mengshan and Su Huanda had lost their positions, and they were lowly people. No one would listen to them, and no one would believe them. If Guyu was up to no good, he would die a wrongful death. Chu Li said, now that my martial arts have been crippled, my side will be exposed too. What a pity. Fu Mengshan nodded. He had been paying attention to the news from the Li dynasty. The Li dynasty and the Qiu dynasty were in a fierce battle, and it was likely that they would mobilize Zhao De. Chu Li would not be able to rush over because he had lost his martial arts, and it was likely that he would arouse suspicion. Once suspicion arose, even if it could be remedied, it would be difficult for him to be promoted to a higher position. Their plan would fail, and it was not worth wasting any more time. Chu said, "Now that my identity as a secret guardian has been taken away, and I'm despised by the Emperor, I can only guard King An's imperial residence. You still have to recover your martial arts as soon as possible." Fu Mengshan frowned. "I have to think of a way to get the reversal pill. Unfortunately, only Green Deer Cliff has it, and we can't get in touch with them. People from Green Deer Cliff rarely go down the mountain, and they're isolated from the world." Chu shook his head. "I can't count on them. I can only try to recover on my own." "You'll be fine once you get through this," Fu Mengshan said. Chu smiled. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, the sound of someone pounding on the door came from outside. "Open the door. Open the door." Chu frowned and scoffed. "They're fast. What's going on?" Fu Mengshan asked. Chu said, "The people from the Secret Guardians Hall are here to establish their authority." Guyu's ambitious. Fu Mengshan immediately understood what Guyu wanted to do and shook his head. "He's too narrow-minded." Bang, 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 bang. "Open the door. Open the door." The sound of someone pounding on the door was heard, and someone outside shouted loudly. Chu saw that the acupuncture points of the 4 protectors outside had been sealed. It was obvious that they did not expect these secret guardians to attack the Imperial Residence's protectors in public. They were caught off guard, and Chu felt even more helpless. 10 Secret Guardians Hall surrounded Centurion Chun Donghai of Mei Yi courtyard at the bottom of the stairs of the Imperial Residence, and 2 Secret Guardians were pounding on the door. Chun Donghai sneered as he stared at the Imperial Residence's main door. "They're here to catch me." Chu smiled. "Because I beat up 2 Secret Guardians." Sighed. Fu Mengshan shook his head. "You should have held it in. Why do you have to lower yourself to their level?" Chu smiled. "I really can't hold it in anymore. Commander, you should hide for now." "There's no need." Fu Mengshan said, "I can't hide my arrival from them." "All right." Chu no longer forced it and raised his voice. "Elder." Chief Zhu hurried over. "Head Chief, get Zhu Tianhua and the others here. Later, let these people in and teach them a lesson," Chu said. Chapter 1109. Zhu Tianhua and the others soon appeared. Together with Zheng Lide and the others, more than 10 grandmasters stood in front of the hall and looked at Chu. Chu waved his hand. "You don't have to worry about anything else. We'll fight when I say so." "Yes," everyone answered loudly. Although Chu had lost his martial arts, his authority was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Now that King An was gone, Chu had become the pillar of the Imperial Residence. Everyone naturally obeyed his orders. Chief Zhu stepped forward and opened the door bolt. Suddenly, the door was knocked open. 2 Secret Guardians staggered in and were startled. They quickly took 2 steps back. Dressed in a blue tunic, Chun Donghai had a leisurely and carefree expression on his face. He waved his hand, indicating for the Secret Guardians not to come in for the time being. Then, he slowly stepped over the threshold and entered the courtyard. He chuckled and gave a fist salute. "Chief Chu, long time no see. Oh, Commander Fu is here too. I didn't expect to meet you here." Fu Mengshan frowned and glanced at him. "This is King An's Imperial Residence. What are you doing here?" "Hee. Commander Fu's question is ridiculous. Since we're here, we naturally have something to do." Chun Donghai smiled. "Commander Fu, you've been sent to the Imperial Mausoleum. Why are you still in Fairy's capital?" "Oh, could it be that you haven't given up and are here to ask Chief Chu for advice?" "Haha, did you also cripple your martial arts and become a useless person?" Chu lightly said, "Looks like Centurion Chun has made a meteoric rise. Your mentality is different now. Congratulations." Chun Donghai fist saluted and smiled. "You flatter me. We've offended you this time. Chief Chu, come with us." Chu lightly said, "What if I don't?" "Hee, that's not up to you, Chief Chu." Chun Donghai smiled. "There's no one the Secret Guardians Hall can't invite. I hope Chief Chu won't make a pointless struggle and hurt our relationship." Chu laughed. "Centurion Chun is getting more and more impressive. He's behaving atrociously in the imperial residence. Men, take him down. Yes. Zhu Tianhua and the others responded and rushed over. The remaining 12 secret guardians rushed over. Instantly, it became a chaotic mess. Fu Mengshan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Young Chu, you can't be so reckless. Chu Li smiled confidently. Am I supposed to obediently let them take me away? I don't even know if he can survive. They won't dare to do anything to you, Fu Mengshan said. Chu Li shook his head. Guyu doesn't have that many scruples. If I really end up in the Secret Guardians Hall's prison, even if I don't die, I'll still lose a layer of skin. It's better if I don't go in. Chief Zhu, go and greet the princess. Yes. Chief Zhu ran out hurriedly. As Chen Donghai dealt with Zhu Tianhua's attacks, he shouted, Chief Chu, how dare you oppose and attack our secret guardians? Who knows if you guys are real or fake secret guardians? Chu Li said lazily. Moreover, so what if you're a secret guardian? Is King An's imperial residence a place where secret guardians like you can enter as you please? Co Shi rushed over and saw Chen Donghai and the others. Co Chi followed beside her. She frowned and asked, What should we do with them? They're all crippled, Chu Li said lazily. Fu Mengshan was taken aback and hurriedly said, Little Chu, you better think this through. Chu Li said, Let's do it. All right. Co Chi agreed. Her figure turned into a white shadow and shuttled through the crowd. Her sword flashed like lightning and cut through everyone's wrists. Then, she pierced their dantian and crippled their cultivation. Chen Donghai could not believe that Chu Li dared to act so recklessly. Among the secret guardians that he brought, there were 4 grandmasters, and the rest were top-notch perfected innate masters who were just a step away from attaining the grandmaster's boundary. These were the elites of Mei Yi Courtyard, and they were protected by secret guardians. Yet, they were no match for Co Chi. Chen Donghai never thought that such a day would come. Co Chi ignored Chen Donghai. Her sword flashed, and with each strike, a secret guardian was crippled. In the blink of an eye, the secret guardians were lying on the ground. 12 secret guardians were lying on the ground with their martial arts crippled. Chu Li smiled. Zhu Tianhua saw that they were useless against Co Chi's martial arts, so he worked even harder and pressured Chen Donghai to the point where he could not breathe. Although Chen Donghai's martial arts were strong, he did not have much time to cultivate. Zhu Tianhua's talent was amazing, and coupled with his hard work, he improved greatly. At this moment, Chen Donghai was on the verge of collapsing and could be defeated at any time. Chen Donghai raised his voice and shouted, Chu Li, are you crazy? Do you know what you're doing? Chu Li replied, I'm just crippling a few secret guardians. How is this crazy? You. Chen Donghai was in disbelief. The status of the secret guardians of the Secret Guardians Hall had always been aloof. They were a force that directly belonged to the emperor. Even if there were people who opposed them, they would usually try to escape. There had never been anyone as daring as Chu Li, who actually wanted to cripple 12 secret guardians. Zhu Tianhua, step down. Co Chi said. Zhu Tianhua quickly retreated. Co Chi appeared behind Chen Donghai in a flash, and her sword flashed. How dare you? Chen Donghai shouted, and his body suddenly expanded as he performed a secret skill. Co Chi's sword suddenly accelerated and stabbed Chen Donghai's dantian. There seemed to be a chi sound of air leaking. Chen Donghai seemed to have shrunk a little, and his face was pale as he stared at Chu Li in disbelief. He never thought that Chu Li would dare to do this and cripple him. According to his original expectations, Chu Li would be furious when he saw him, but would eventually be taken away by him and admit defeat. He never thought that Chu Li would be so violent that he would directly attack the secret guardians and cripple their martial arts one by one. Even Chen Donghai was not spared. Could it be that Chu Li was going to kill them all to silence them? Chen Donghai felt a chill when he thought of this. Chu Li was now in a crazy state, and it was not impossible for him to do such a thing. Chu Li approached him and smiled as he looked at him. Chen Donghai was terrified. Looking at Chu Li's smile, he felt that Chu Li was completely crazy. Chu Li sighed. I've been crippled in my martial arts, so I'm no longer a secret guardian. I wonder if all of you will still be secret guardians after becoming crippled? Centurion Chun. It looks like your position as a centurion has come to an end. Chu Li, you're really crazy. Do you know what you're doing? Chen Donghai still could not believe that Chu Li would dare to do this. Chu Li smiled. Centurion Chun, whether I'm crazy or not has nothing to do with you, right? You? Chen Donghai gritted his teeth. He wanted to swallow Chu Li whole. At first, he thought that it would be a good show where he could finally step on Chu Li's head and vent his anger. He never thought that Chu Li would be so crazy that he actually ordered the protectors of the imperial residence to attack and cripple everyone. Back then, it was already shocking that CEO Shi killed 2 secret guardians. Now, Chu Li was even crazier than CEO Shi. There were 13 secret guardians, including him, a centurion. Was Chu Li tired of living? Chu Li smiled. Someone, throw Centurion Chun and the others out of the residence. Chu Li, I'll wait to see what happens to you. Chen Donghai gritted his teeth and glared at him with hatred. Chu Li waved his hand and gestured for everyone to move. Zhu Tianhua and the others obeyed. Chapter 11:10. Fu Mengshan smiled bitterly as he looked at Chu Li, then at Shao Qi. He sighed and said, "Is this the famous third Miss Shao?" Chu Li smiled. "Although my martial arts was crippled, my wife's was not, so I have nothing to be afraid of." Shao Qi gently nodded to hide her shyness. Fu Mengshan smiled bitterly. "Sigh," Chu Li smiled. "Commander Fu, it's all right. Guyu won't forgive you." Fu Mengshan shook his head and smiled bitterly. He's a vengeful person. Ever since he became the deputy commander, he's focused on strengthening the authority of the secret guardians to restore their former prestige. Now that you've humiliated him, he'll definitely think of ways to kill you. Chu Li scoffed. We'll have to see what he's capable of. What will you do if he brings people to surround the imperial residence? Fu Mengshan frowned. Don't think that he won't do it. He's even more unscrupulous. Chu Li said, we'll have to see if the protectors of the imperial residence are stronger or the secret guardians. Do you want to start a war with the secret guardians? Why not? You're quite bold. Fu Mengshan shook his head. The emperor won't let you go to make an example out of you. Although he won't do anything to King An's imperial residence, it won't end well for you, young Chu. I don't care, Chu Li said. Fu Mengshan frowned. Actually, Gu has gone too far in this matter. You're at fault too. Things have gotten out of hand. Chu Li smiled. Commander Fu, this is a troublesome place. You should leave first. Leave Fairy's capital as soon as possible so that you won't be implicated. All right. Fu Mengshan nodded slowly. He sighed helplessly. He felt that he really did not understand this world. Chu Li's actions were so extreme and crazy. He really did not know how to end this. In the end, he would probably end up in prison. Chu Li sent Fu Mengshan off and returned to the main hall. He nodded at Zhu Tianhua and the others in satisfaction. Not bad. Everyone will be rewarded. Go back to your duties. Yes. Everyone fist saluted and left. They were a little excited. After teaching the secret guardians a lesson, they also calculated the resentment that they had been suppressing for a period of time. Shao Shi said, everyone is happy, but trouble has also come. Chu Li smiled. It's all up to Lady Shao now. I'll enter the imperial house immediately. CEO Shi scoffed. I'd like to see how arrogant these people can be. She turned around and returned to Tianshu courtyard to change into her mourning attire. Then, she sat in a carriage and was escorted by Shao Qi to the imperial house to look for the empress. Chu Li sat in the Tianshu courtyard, deep in thought. The way to break the stalemate was easy. It was to let CEO Shi enter the palace to see the empress. This was the easiest way to achieve this. The fickleness of the world and the viciousness of the human heart could be seen clearly at this moment. Guyu was unscrupulous. Once he saw that his martial arts had been crippled and that the emperor had stripped him of his position as a secret guardian, he immediately wanted to use his method to establish his authority. He wanted to take revenge on King An's imperial residence. The previous two secret guardians had intentionally provoked him to humiliate him and beat him up. Unfortunately, he had defeated them. If he had failed to defeat the two of them, he would have become the joke of the entire fairies' capital. Chu Li's name would have been completely ruined. From then on, Chu Li of the North and Du Feng of the South would no longer exist. After that, Chen Donghai and the other 13 secret guardians purely wanted to capture him and bring him back to the secret guardians' hall for trial. They also wanted to capture some protectors from King An's imperial residence as revenge for the death of the secret guardians. Zhu Tianhua. He raised his voice. Here. Zhu Tianhua's burly body appeared. Chu Li said, "How's the formation that I wanted you to practice? We're already very familiar with it." Zhu Tianhua said in a low voice. Chu Li nodded. Zhu Tianhua said, "Head Chief, are we going against the secret guardians' hall?" "I don't think so, but we must be prepared." Chu Li shook his head. If there were no accidents, CEO Shi's trip to the imperial house to cause trouble with the Empress would definitely be successful. In the end, the Emperor would reprimand the secret guardians' hall. No matter what, it was inappropriate for the secret guardians' hall to attack King An's imperial residence so soon after King An's death. Guyu only had his eyes on Chu Li and CEO Shi. He did not care about the dead King An, so he could not understand the Emperor's thoughts. If CEO Shi did not get the upper hand this time, then the Emperor would be telling everyone that he had given up on King An's imperial residence. After King An's death, as a father, he would not take care of King An's wife and children. How disappointing would that be? 2 hours later, CEO Shi and CEO Qi returned. CEO Shi was all smiles while CEO Qi looked relaxed. Chu Li smiled. "How is it? The Emperor has reprimanded Guyu." CEO Shi scoffed. Chu Li said, "Only a reprimand? If it was just a reprimand, it would be too lenient. Instead, it would show a kind of connivance. Guyu will come tomorrow to apologize." CEO Shi said. CEO Qi said, "Be careful of this person. He's really a despicable person." Chu Li nodded. The next morning, Guyu arrived as expected. The living room of King An's imperial residence was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Guyu sat on the armchair. His body was straight and his aura was strong. He held a cup of tea and looked at Chu Li as if he was the owner. "Chief Chu, you have some complaints against me, don't you?" Chu Li said faintly. "Why do you say that, Commander?" "You must think that we shouldn't have taken away your position as a secret guardian right after your martial arts were crippled." Guyu said, "Sigh, I didn't want to do that." Chu Li smiled faintly. "When I entered the palace to see the Emperor, I asked him to resign from my position as a secret guardian. After all, my martial arts were crippled. It would be too much to occupy the position of a secret guardian. I thanked the Emperor for his understanding, and he agreed. The secret guardians were not people who could be added or removed at will. A secret guardian for a day was a secret guardian for life. Secret guardians could not be removed because they knew some information that outsiders were not supposed to know." "Oh." Guyu pretended to be surprised, but he was secretly annoyed. Chu Li's words were too infuriating. It was obvious that he was mocking Guyu for not having the right to decide on his matters. It was directly decided by the Emperor. It was obvious that Chu Li did not respect him as a commander. Chu Li said, "Commander, I believe you received the Emperor's decree?" "Yes." Guyu nodded. Chu Li said faintly, "Commander Gu, you've been trying to find fault with the princess to make a name for the Secret Guardians Hall and raise the status of the Secret Guardians, right? It's not to raise the status of the Secret Guardians. It's to restore the status of the Secret Guardians." Guyu waved his hand and said in a low voice, "The princess is a woman who is not inferior to men. We admire her, but for the Secret Guardians Hall, she has gone too far." CEO Shi was the biggest headache for him now. He actually went to the Empress and used the Empress to pressure the Emperor, forcing him to apologize. All of his efforts were in vain, and he became a laughingstock instead. It would be difficult for him to raise his head in front of the imperial residence of King An again. Chu Li said, "It's not good for a secret guardian to be too domineering. Commander Gu, you should understand." Guyu sneered and lowered his head to drink his tea. Chapter 1111. P.S. The 38th Alliance leader is born. The leader is Red Autumn Leaf. You're too selfish, huh? Guyu sneered. Chu Li said, You used to be a deputy commander, so it's understandable for you to target me. However, you're too narrow-minded now that you're a commander. You're right, Guyu said. There's no outsider here, so let's not beat around the bush. How can I maintain my dignity if I don't take you down as a centurion? Mayor Courtyard has a high position in the Secret Guardians Hall. It's because of you that I can't order them around. Chu Li smiled. Why don't you think about why you can't order them around, Commander Gu? Isn't that obvious? Guyu sneered. It's because you're the one who instigated them. You've given them a new lease on life, and they only obey you. My words are **T. It's ridiculous that a commander can't order his subordinates around. Chu Li shook his head. They only respect those who are capable. Commander Gu, you may have a high position, but you're not that important to the Secret Guardians. They often go through fire and water. If you're incompetent, it's useless even if they break their legs. They might even put themselves in danger. Are you saying that I'm incompetent? Guyu narrowed his eyes and sneered. Chu Li said, What abilities do you have? Are you as accurate as Commander Fu, as fair and just as Commander Su, or as observant as I am? You're only valued by the Emperor. What benefits or contributions do you have to the Secret Guardians Hall? You're quite the sharp-tongued one. Guyu sneered. Chu Li shook his head. You obviously don't have any skills, but you're unwilling to be mediocre and insist on doing something earth-shattering. You don't know that the Secret Guardians Hall has to do things quietly and not attract attention. You've done it the wrong way and stirred up the Secret Guardians Hall into a mess. Guyu's face darkened. Chu Li continued. You can't establish your authority with your abilities. You use people to establish your authority as if everyone will respect you if you defeat this person or kill that person. You don't know that they're secretly mocking you and looking down on you. Shut up, Guyu shouted. Chu Li smirked. Am I right? Shut up. Guyu gritted his teeth and glared at him coldly. Be careful of your loose lips. Chu Li could not help but laugh. Look, you're doing this again. You're always trying to oppress others. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're favored by the Emperor? Don't you know that the Emperor's favor is the most unreliable thing? Today you are prosperous, but tomorrow you might be hated by the Emperor. Shut up. Guyu slammed the table, sending the teacup flying and spilling a few drops of tea. Chu Li smiled and said no more. Guyu took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. He had never heard such harsh words in his life. The Emperor was amiable towards him, and the princes also welcomed him with smiles. Among the others, there was no one who ridiculed and criticized him like Chu Li. Chu Li's words were like knives and swords, every word hitting the vital points, and was extremely vicious. Chu Li said, You're favored by the Emperor. Although I can't compare to him, I'm not someone you can easily bully. Prince, you rashly bullied me. Do you think that the Emperor can bully me just because he took away my Secret Guardian status? You're so eager for quick success that you can't see the situation clearly. You can't wait to take care of King An's imperial residence. Don't you think about what the Emperor will think? With a mind like yours, you really can't hold the position of commander of the Secret Guardians Hall. If you know what's good for you, you should resign from your position as commander before you make any big mistakes. You could just be a deputy commander and show off your power. Maybe the Emperor will still remember your good deeds. If you make a few mistakes, the Emperor's favor will be almost gone. When that happens, what will happen to you? Guyu took a deep breath and said coldly, Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Chu Li laughed. You dare to kill me? I'd like to see how capable the assassins of the Secret Guardians Hall are. However, Commander Gu, if you want to make a move, don't blame me for being rude. So what if you're a cripple? Guyu said faintly. He was in a better mood. He suddenly felt that there was no need for him to listen to Chu Li. A cripple was only left with the ability to talk. He would not be able to withstand a single blow. There was no need for him to take it to heart. Chu Li smiled. You could try. Let's see if I can kill you. How arrogant. Guyu scoffed. At that moment, Co Shi and Co Chi came in. They were dressed in spotless white tunics. Suru, Yang Su, and Menglan were beside them. Guyu greets the princess. Guyu stood up and fist saluted. He said in a serious tone, I failed to restrain my subordinates and offended King An's imperial residence. It's a sin. Please forgive me, princess. Co sure did not even look at him. She gracefully sat on the main seat, while Co Chi sat beside her. Her movements were graceful and pleasing to the eye. Suru and the other two stood behind them and quietly sized Guyu up. Chuli smiled. Guyu's expression stiffened. He put down his hands. Head steward Zhu personally served the tea and quietly withdrew. Chuli smiled. Princess, Commander Gu is here to apologize. It seems like he's very reluctant. Co sure cast a sidelong glance at Guyu and said, I dare not. I'll be grateful if Commander Gu didn't order the imperial residence to be demolished. I'm an orphan and a widow. With His Royal Highness gone, there's no one to call the shots. They deserve to be bullied. Guyu frowned. He was secretly annoyed. She was pointing at his nose and scolding him for bullying the weak. However, King An's imperial residence was not weak. Instead, they crippled the secret guardian's hall and even a centurion. It was a huge loss. Moreover, Chen Donghai was his right-hand man. If he wanted to control the secret guardian's hall, he needed Chen Donghai's help. Otherwise, he would not know what to do if he was in the dark and did not know anything. Crippling Chen Donghai was equivalent to breaking his right-hand man. It was a huge loss. Chen Donghai took advantage of the situation and still acted like a good boy. Now that he had lost his men, he had to apologize. It was intolerable. Co sure calmly replied, Please, Commander Gu, I don't dare to accept your apology. Please be merciful and spare my life, Commander Gu. Guyu gritted his teeth. Chuli coughed softly. Commander Gu, are you dissatisfied with the Emperor's decree? He saw that Guyu was about to explode in anger and flipped the table. Thus, he followed up with a sentence that hit the nail on the head. Guyu's entire body instantly relaxed, and he swallowed his breath. If he really left in a huff, Co sure would definitely go to the imperial house and complain. He would inevitably be reprimanded by the emperor and forced to apologize. Instead of that, it was better to bear with it. Chuli smiled. Commander Gu, do you think I'm trying to intimidate you with empty words? Do you know the identity of my wife? Humph, who doesn't know the third lady of the public house? Guyu said coldly. Chuli said, if my wife kills the secret guardian's hall and cripples a few grandmasters, or even you, how do you think the emperor will punish my wife? Guyu looked at the cold Co Chi and his heart trembled. The High Duke's public house had a high status. If Co Chi really did that, the emperor would definitely punish her. However, the punishment would not be too severe. At most, he would fine her with some money or silver, but he would not hurt her. Chuli smiled. Commander Gu, you should know if my wife can do it with her martial arts. Chapter 11-12. Co sure squinted her eyes at him. She hated Guyu to the core. He took advantage of the fact that Chuli had lost his martial arts to humiliate and bully him. This kind of person should be killed directly. How could a few words of apology be enough to appease her hatred? Chuli coughed softly. Princess, forget it. We can't really kill him. Co sure scoffed. I'm not willing to let him go just like that. Chuli pondered. How about we get him to compensate us with something? Sure. Co sure replied. Chuli asked, how about the primary heaven pill from Green Deer Cliff? Not bad. Co sure nodded. Chuli turned to look at Guyu. Guyu shook his head solemnly. Forgive me for being powerless. The primary heaven pill is a secret medicine of Green Deer Cliff. It's rare, and I heard that the required spirit medicine has been lost. Every pill used means one less. It's impossible to get the reversal pill without a good relationship. Then you should go back, Co sure said. Guyu asked, Princess, why do you have to make things difficult for me? Have you forgotten how you made things difficult for us? Co sure snapped. You're the only one who can make things difficult for us, but we can't make things difficult for you. Sigh. Guyu sighed and closed fist saluted. Princess, if I can get the primary heaven pill, I'll definitely send it to you, but I'm powerless. Please forgive me, princess. Then cut the crap and scram. Co Sure waved her hand impatiently. Guyu's face turned pale, and his hair stood on end. He had never been humiliated like this since he was young. It was intolerable. Co Sure took a sip of tea and did not look at him. Just as Guyu was about to explode, Xiao Qi said, "Forget it. Don't make things difficult for him. It seems like we really can't get it." "Yes, thank you, Madam Chu." Guyu took a deep breath to suppress his anger and closed fist saluted. Xiao Qi said, "I hope you can control your subordinates and don't disturb the peace of King An's imperial residence." "Of course," Guyu replied. "You're so kind." Co Sure glared at Xiao Qi. Chu Li chuckled. The three of them cooperated very well, as if they could read each other's minds. If he did not make things difficult for Guyu, Guyu would bear a grudge against him. In the future, he would find an opportunity to do something behind the scenes. It would be very difficult for King An's imperial residence to find out. It would be very troublesome. With such an excessive request, Guyu is unable to fulfill it. Furthermore, Xiao Qi and Xiao Sure played the good cop and the bad cop, causing Guyu to almost give up on the idea. Guyu awkwardly left King An's imperial residence. In the evening, Chu Li was practicing his swordsmanship in the backyard. Lung Xiao, who was dressed in a light green outfit, walked in. She held a long sword in her hand, and her face was sullen. Her beautiful face was tense, and she stood still next to Chu Li. It was obvious that she had something to say. Chu Li turned to look at her and stopped his sword. Lung Xiao said, "Chief Director, tomorrow is the hunting ceremony." Chu Li nodded and smiled. "Don't you love the hunting ceremony? Why are you unhappy?" Although he killed King An, he did not feel guilty towards Lung Xiao. Instead, he was very calm. He had never associated Lung Xiao with King and deserved to die. Lung Xiao, Lung Qing, and the others did not have any feelings for King An. Although they were father and daughter, they rarely met. Even if they did, they would only exchange a few words as if they were strangers. "I loved the hunting ceremony, but they didn't invite us." Lung Xiao waved her long sword in dissatisfaction. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. "They didn't invite you?" "Yes, only invited us." Lung Xiao scoffed. "They've gone too far." Chu Li frowned. "Who's in charge this time?" "It seems like Granduncle Bao is busy, so Uncle King is in charge." Lung Xiao said, "It must be that *** Lung Tao's doing." Chu Li pondered. "Do we have to be invited?" "Yes." Lung Xiao nodded helplessly. Chu Li said, "He thinks that it's not appropriate for the imperial residents to attend the hunting ceremony since His Royal Highness has just passed away, right?" They won't be so kind. They must think that the imperial residence has declined and that we're not worthy of them." Lung Xiao waved her long sword and said hatefully. Chu Li shook his head and laughed. "You're thinking too much. That must be it. They've gone too far." Lung Xiao scoffed. Chu Li said, "It's fine if we don't attend this time. We'll just attend the next time. If we do, people will talk behind our backs. If they were to attend the hunting ceremony this time, they would definitely be greeted with sympathetic gazes. There might even be people who would take the opportunity to cause trouble." "I want Mother and the princess to relax," Lung Xiao said. "My mother has been depressed. She'll be fine after a while." "Is Princess Shui very close to His Royal Highness?" Chu Li asked. "It's not that they're close. She just feels guilty and short of breath without a man at home." Lung Xiao pouted. "Actually, I can live without a man. What's the big deal? Mother is so weak." Chu Li said, "Princess Shui's thinking is right. Without His Royal Highness, many things are inconvenient. Let's forget about this hunting ceremony. We'll talk about it next time." "All right," Lung Xiao said reluctantly. Chu Li shook his head. "Where's Miss Qing?" "She's practicing her swordsmanship," Lung Xiao said. "She's preparing to teach Lung Tao a lesson the next time we meet." "All right, teach him a lesson," Chu Li smiled. "He's been beaten up so many times. Hasn't he learned his lesson? He's an asshole. He'll definitely take revenge when he gets the chance." Lung Xiao scoffed. "This time, he must have seen that father is gone. That's why he didn't greet us." Chu Li pondered. In the end, he shook his head. You'll know the next time we meet. He felt that it was unlikely. Lung Tao was now fawning over Lung Xiao. It was not a romantic relationship. It was more like a friendship forged through fighting. However, he was too lazy to care about these trivial matters. Even if Lung Tao was lazy and took the opportunity to bully the imperial residents of Qing'an, it was just a child's play. It was not worth fighting. After talking with Lung Xiao for a while, he returned to Tianshu courtyard. He found Princess Shui and Princess Song there. They had returned to their parents' home a while ago. They did not stay in the imperial residence. After returning, they came to Co Shi's place to talk. Once Qing'an was gone, they could only listen to Co Shi. Co Shi had the final say in the imperial residence. After all, the title was fundamental. Moreover, they had a guilty conscience. Co Shi was full of confidence. In addition to Co Shi's identity, they felt safe staying in Tianshu courtyard. Seeing him enter, the two princesses nodded to greet him. Princess Shui smiled sweetly. Head chief, you came at the right time. We were just discussing. Chuli smiled. Princess Shui, what are you discussing? I think we should bring the young prince back to the imperial residence. Princess Shui said. Chuli was stunned. Suan? Yes. Princess Shui said. Now that the imperial residence doesn't have a male master, everyone is bullied. If Suan comes back, even if he's just a child, it'll be justifiable. Suan is in isolated cultivation at the Titanium Temple. Chuli pondered. He's at a crucial point in his cultivation. He can't come back now. Princess Shui said, cultivation can't be done anywhere. Our imperial residence has a cultivation courtyard too. Princess Song nodded. I heard that the imperial residence's cultivation courtyard can speed up cultivation. Why don't you go in and cultivate, head chief? Chuli shook his head and smiled. That's the Royal Highness's courtyard. How can I overstep my boundaries? The Royal Highness isn't here anymore. There's nothing to do anyway. Princess Song said. Chuli shook his head. If he did not cultivate the concentration talisman, he would naturally covet the cultivation courtyard. However, he had the concentration talisman. The cultivation courtyard did not matter to him. After all, he was just a head chief. He was not a royal highness. Once he entered, the emperor might take the opportunity to attack him. Princess Shui rolled her eyes at him. You're too old-fashioned. Does that mean the young prince can't come back? Chuli frowned and shook his head. Not now. I'll ask him after he's in isolated cultivation. The Titanium Temple won't let him go now. Chapter 11:13. As Princess Song sighed, Guyu from the Secret Guardians Hall sighed as well. Chun Donghai, who had been crippled of his martial arts, stood in the main hall of the Secret Guardians Hall with an ugly expression on his face. Guyu asked in a low voice, not a single clue? Chun Donghai gulped and smiled bitterly. Commander, the culprit is using the martial arts of the Tempest Temple, but it's only the most common fist technique of the Tempest Temple. It's long been spread to the outside world, and most people in the martial arts world know this fist technique. It's really impossible to identify the culprit from this fist technique. Guyu did not give up. What about inner energy? I can't see anything with my inner force either. Chun Donghai sighed. This person's inner energy is fierce and domineering. He killed with a single punch. Minister Li's entire family of 35 people was killed with a single punch. What about the Li residence's protectors? Guyu scoffed. They can't be killed with a single punch, can they? Another punch. Chun Donghai nodded and said, that's why I said that this person is a top-notch master who is extremely rare. Maybe what? Guyu's face darkened as he said impatiently. If you have something to say, say it. Maybe he really is a master from the Tempest Temple. Chun Donghai said helplessly. Guyu said, arrest them even if they're from the Tempest Temple. This case is too big. Everyone in Fairy's capital knows about it. If we can't catch the culprit, the Secret Guardians Hall might as well guard the Imperial Mausoleum. Yes. Chun Donghai nodded helplessly with a bitter expression on his face. Guyu raised his head and asked, oh right, has Commander Fu left? Chun Donghai said, I think he just left yesterday. It was very sad. Not a single person went to send him off. Humph, he doesn't know how to behave himself. Gu Yu sneered. Didn't Head Chief Chu go? No. Chen Donghai shook his head. Chu Li has never left his house. Also, I heard that he didn't invite anyone from King An's imperial residence to the hunting ceremony this time. It seems like he intentionally left King An's imperial residence behind. He took pleasure in the misfortune of others. When he thought about how Shao Qi had crippled his cultivation level, he was filled with hatred. Unfortunately, he knew that there was no way he could take revenge. Shao Qi was the lady of the High Duke's public house. No matter how daring he was, he could not kill Shao Qi. If he wanted to cripple her, his martial arts skills were not enough, so he could only swallow his anger. Fortunately, Commander Gu saw that he was reliable and could communicate with the upper and lower levels, so he continued to use him. But now he could only give advice from the side and could not personally go to work. He had already become a cripple. Gu Yu scoffed. Let's have a dogfight. The more the merrier. That's right, that's right. Chen Donghai smiled. We're the fellows from May Air Courtyard. Or not? Gu Yu asked coldly. Chen Donghai said, this time we offered a generous reward, and they did take action. They went over to check the scene, but they all shook their heads and said that they were powerless. They couldn't find the murderer, and the murderer didn't leave any clues behind. They're also a bunch of good-for-nothings. Gu Yu sneered and frowned. Could it be that they didn't work hard enough? That won't happen. Chen Donghai shook his head. They don't care about this. Since they've accepted the mission, they won't be fooled. They'll definitely do their best. This time, they've probably been ordered by Chu Li to not go against the commander anymore. Despicable. Gu Yu slammed the armrest of his armchair and gritted his teeth. In the end, he sighed dejectedly. Princess Sio, that crazy woman really can't be provoked. Chu Li is quite tactful. Yes. Chen Donghai nodded. As they spoke, footsteps were heard from outside. Liang whispered from outside. Commander, there are Imperial House protectors outside, requesting an audience. Let them in, Gu Yu said. Yes. Liang responded and quickly brought 2 Imperial House protectors in black into the main hall. Gu Yu stood up and fist saluted. He forced a smile. Elder Zhou. Elder Hu, I'm sorry for troubling you to come here personally. Master Gu, we're here on the Emperor's orders to see the progress. The 2 black-robed elders chuckled. Is there any progress? Not bad. There's some progress. Gu Yu smiled. The thin, black-robed elder said in a deep voice. The Emperor has decreed that the Secret Guardians Hall must solve this case within 3 days and avenge Minister Li's family. 3 days. Chen Donghai cried out involuntarily. The 2 black-robed elders turned to look at him. Chen Donghai hurriedly fist saluted. Greetings, sirs. 3 days is too short, I'm afraid. Gu Yu nodded helplessly. To be honest, I haven't made much progress on my end. The murderer is a top-notch master. He's ferocious and overbearing. He killed 1 person with 1 punch, and none of the 35 people in the Li residence were lucky enough to escape. No one saw what he looked like, and we couldn't tell what martial arts he cultivated. The Emperor doesn't care about these things. The thin, black-robed elder shook his head. The impact of this case is too bad. If it's not solved as soon as possible, everyone in Fairy's capital and even the Ji dynasty will lose confidence in the imperial court. No matter what, it's impossible to solve this case in 3 days. Chen Donghai smiled bitterly. Sirs, solving this case isn't as easy as you think. Do you dare to say this to the Emperor? The other chubby black-robed elder said impatiently. 3 days is 3 days. There's no room for negotiation. If you can't do it, then you'll be punished. Chen Donghai's expression was bitter. Gu Yu frowned, and his face was gloomy. All right, we've already passed on the edict. I can't help you with the rest. The thin elder fist saluted and was about to leave. Chen Donghai quickly said, Sirs, you can actually help us. Gu Yu turned his head and glared at him, hinting him to stop talking nonsense. The 2 black-robed elders were internal guards of the Imperial House. They usually stayed by the Emperor's side and were sent out this time to show the Emperor's concern about this case. If these two elders were unhappy and slandered the emperor, they would be in big trouble. All right, tell me, what can this old man do to help? The chubby old man smiled and said, if I really can help, this old man will not be stingy. We'll need someone to solve this case. Qin Donghai said, it won't be difficult to solve this case with this person. Who? Guyu asked curiously. The two Imperial House internal guards looked at him curiously. Tell me, who's capable? The chubby, black-robed elder smiled. Qin Donghai looked at Guyu and gritted his teeth. Chuli. Which Chuli? The black-robed elder asked. Qin Donghai hesitated and looked at Guyu. Guyu frowned. The head chief of King An's imperial residence. Chuli? Yes. Qin Donghai nodded. We don't have any clues, but Chuli might have some. If he helps, he'll definitely solve this case and catch the culprit. Chuli's martial arts has been crippled. He's useless. Guyu said coldly. Qin Donghai said, even if he's crippled, his eyesight is still there. Guyu glanced at him and knew what he was thinking. He wanted to drag Chuli down with him so that he could be their scapegoat. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.